Hello there.
Hello. Ariel. Now that working store. Hope you're doing well. Alright, let's see here. Let's just jump right into it, I guess. Yeah. Again, you might notice in the title, I am once again proving myself a liar. The plan was to then, later today play some vintage story. But the problem was, the last time we played Stationeers, I did some coding in the game. And then I got some advice by Bailey and Elamaine over on my Discord on how to do some of that coding. And it's been on my mind, I can't get it out. So I thought, well, if we're gonna do some game dev today, I'll most likely also then just, end up doing some, I'll be doing some coding, so I'll be already in the correct mind space. So why not? Indeed. Just continue with that one and then dedicate instead then tomorrow for a proper day of vintage story. And the day after tomorrow would be the 23rd? Yeah, and then, well, it's a special day. We'll go back to space. But in Mars Logistics, together with Knapzor and others. Right. Where's the button? There it is. Hello. Oh, wrong one. Almost. I need to really work on my scenes. There we go. It's all very chaotic. And I got some effects that I figured out. I should do a proper, flow chart. Plan it all out. But yeah, like I said, today, it's once again time for the game jam, the Trijam. So what we're doing, today's theme is Santa's gift management. Now, I've also been done this weekend. It's the weekend before Christmas. You're gonna be busy. And already overeating. So this is honestly the first time I'm seeing this. So I have no idea. But let's try to do something. Once again, we'll do something simple. That will most likely turn out to not be very simple. Okay. I'm having ideas. Already prepared.
10 Raid Stash.
Ooh.
Oh, nice. Time to build a Christmas-themed version of Factorio in Godot.
And they're gonna say, hope you're doing well. And yeah, that would be a fun one. That's sort of what my thoughts went first. Well, but I have learned my lesson. Not get too overexcited about trying to overscope. Oh, by the way, guys, I hope you're doing well. Hope the weekend before Christmas isn't too hectic and insane. And we'll do a new one. Might be a bit ambitious for 3 hours. Exactly. So, no Factorio. But how about we use similar ideas about something first? So first, let's write it down first. Because I was thinking either a platformer or something even simpler. You just control with the mouse. Where, say, presents drop down from the top. There'll be varying colors and so on. And we'll have 2 hoppers or something to catch them on either side of the screen, and you have to organize them. So we will have a platformer where they drop down, and as a player you go and grab them and chuck them in there, or jump and do karate kicks, or karate chops, and what would be the fucking Muay Thai kicks to kick them around. Or then as a player with just your mouse, you have to control, because either they fall down and become a pile, and you have to organize them, or while they fall, you have to sort of hit them with an explosive, and then they bounce over to either side. So then we'll have mana, we have gifts, we have organizing. Santa's gift. Management. So that's the thing. So we'll do a game about organizing. So, but how we are organizing them. A Factoria type thing where you have to solve a logical puzzle for, you know, the flow. Now that would be super fun. That would be an interesting game to make, but not in, 3 hours, absolutely not going to happen. What I might be able to pull off in 3 hours, like I said, is just you color code stuff that appear randomly. See, the game creates a gift, generates a color value, whatever it is, and if that gift of the correct value goes inside the correct sort of area on the level, player scores a point. We can have the hopper so that they can take in whatever kind of gift goes in, but if it's not the correct one, you don't get a point. We can have trash. If trash gets in there, you get a negative point, that kind of stuff. That would be a nice side. The point is we'll have player level. No, gift goes down. And then to make it simple, we'll have, I don't know, some kind of hopper, some kind of bucket, some kind of receptacle on the side. Player needs to get gift into there or there. That'd be one way of doing it. Now, if you just run around, you grab them and you chuck them, that's a bit too simplistic, and I don't feel like that'd be fun gameplay. Whereas the act of, say, throwing them in, it's more fun. Oh, how about this one? So the gifts fall down. I mean, some of you might have seen videos of these fruit sorters for tomatoes and things, where there's a high-speed camera looking at, say, these tomatoes going down a sort of over a ledge. So there's high-speed camera. We have this little ledge here. Tomatoes are coming over, rolling on down, and falling over the ledge. And you have to sort out the good ones and the bad ones. So the high-speed camera here, and is watching the tomatoes as they roll in, and then these little flipper type, flipper thingies here. And when it detects a bad one of these flicks up, throwing the bad tomato over to a separate hopper. But the good ones get ignored and they fall down, the bad ones get removed. So we use that idea, where the player controls the flipper. We could either have the flipper going into two directions, so that at least you have to sort them into then 3 selections. So they're the ones we get ignored and the bad ones get thrown away. So we'll have red ones, green, blue ones, and the rest kind of thing. Or you have to recognize bad ones, so we have actual presents, and then we have bits of trash. We can reuse old assets, we can draw a couple of new ones for presents, and that way have an ongoing, relatively simple theme. Because I'm pretty sure I could just draw a present, make it in 2 parts, and where the base part we can then use an in-game modulation to change the color of the present. We can even actually do it all in polygons, I think. And that way the gift and the wrapper can be 2 separate assets, and then they can change color. That way we have multiple different kind of presents, and then we have actual trash items. And for that one we can use good old the toilet paper roll and the old cabbage, if you want to. And it's just a reaction game. Things fall down. And we'll have to have then the flipper work extra fast. Sorry. And you have to make sure you don't throw away the completely good presents. And we can use exactly this kind of thing. So let's imagine we want to have the make sure that the player has time to react. And then we want a sort of very visually pleasing, flipping action. We can't have it go straight down. We can use an action or like maybe a design similar to these old bubble shooty games. So we'll have like a tunnel, like curves on the top of the screen. It'll be like the gift tube. And the gifts go down the tube. And then they go down here, and then they come out of the tube. And here we have our sorting flipper. When the player pushes the button, the sorting flipper like flips the present. So you're supposed to allow normal presents to go down and fall into Santa's sack of gifts. It's all fancy and striped. And the bad ones need to get flipped so that there's a large skip for trash. And then the trash need to get skipped so that they fly over, and fly into the trash one. See, nice, simple. We have a visual aesthetic that'll give you enough time to react. We can have UI-wise, we got all this space here, so we can use this one to hold a counter for, trash. Trash presents. For like how much got correctly thrown out. Or, some kind of scoring system. Yeah. I think we have the core concept of the game here. Relatively simple. There's a single button to push, and it's a game about just reacting. Now, we can have an leveling system where each level gets increasingly more difficult, and we'll have that simply be affected by the speed at which the trash comes down the tube. In the first one, it'll be nice and slow, so you'll have you have enough time to react. Then we'll see about adding a proper win screen. So in the end, Christmas was saved. We'll do like 5 levels of gameplay, and yes, Christmas was saved, and this is how your final score. Yeah, in our scoring table there, we can have 2 numbers per correctly sorted, incorrectly sorted. So like any trash that goes inside the presents gets incorrectly sorted, and presents in the trash, and so on. We can even make the tube using the in-game polygons. That'll save us some time as well. Actually, I think we can make most, even all the art, just using in-game polygons. We can maybe try to do some light effects, particle effects, if we have time. Probably won't. In the background of something. I've grown quite fond of the polygons as a unit, where you don't have to use a separate drawing program to make art with those. Now, we could draw a little elf or somewhere, and whenever you flip the thing, he also pushes a button to. That'd be a fun one, and a fun little detail. Sort of just processing here, thinking what it was. Okay, so let's do another layer here. So what do we need? We need scene-wise. Well, we need the level. Do we need a separate one for controlling? This is a relatively simple game. I think we can put everything in a single. The presents will probably come from a separate one, just because it'll make their generation easier. Present. Trash. Using the elf as the scorekeeper, it should probably push the button on each item. Yeah, I was thinking this visually it'd be so that you're sort of playing the elf, so that every time you flip the thing, he's like the one controlling the thingamabob. And maybe a second elf there with like a clipboard doing the scorekeeping. That could be fun, sort of, but that's sort of that'd be a nice to have art wise. Not a must have. What we must have is the level. We need presents. We need the trash. I don't think we'll need. Misunderstood the elf? Nah. Yeah, no, but actually, the way you said it, that having a scorekeeper, that reminded me, oh, yeah, we could have a second one for the, keeping, having a clipboard, being a scorekeeper. Well, that could work. But those would be a nice to have. What we must have is, the level scene for the presents, so we can have a separate piece of code generating different kinds of presents with different kind of visuals. So we don't just always have the same one. I mean, it'll always be the same one, but we'll do small little changes on how it'll look. Mostly just color, maybe orientation. We'll have should the tube be its own scene? So far we've always used the path node for making a path outside the camera and using that as a sort of easy randomized point generator for enemy spawns. Now we can use that same path node to deliver the present, to make sure it follows the tube, and once it's done with the path, it'll be released into the scene as a wild object, and that's when the flipper can flip it. And that's what I'm thinking. The flipper will actually just be an area, and if the object, the present, while the target object is inside that area, if you press the flipper button, it'll jump up. Yeah. But the flipper can't be too big because of that, but yeah. And then we'll just have an animation different. When you push the button, the flipper goes in its upright position. When you don't, it goes in downright position. We might add an in between, but we'll see. We can actually have it. Okay, yeah, so. Flipper, put it that way. Because that way it can detect whether there's a present or a trash item above it. And using the good old inbuilt signal system, we can then inform that one that, hey, yo, jump, pretty much. And then it can do a deal with its own animation and whatnot. So that'll be fine. Then we'll need a global, so we can carry our score information to different scenes. We'll make a menu scene / end / scoring scene with the restart button and all that. I think that should be enough. Only thing I can really think of now is the audio handler. We'll put that under global. Could we make a separate global for an audio handler? Because that is a system I still need practice with. So audio scene and audio global. Because we got it to work last. Yeah, then we can just load in the audio scene and it pretty much all just controls all the various audio players. And then the global controls that scene separately. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all we need. How do you win? Do we have an X amount of presents you need to have organized? Or is there a timer? We're going for factory settings, so timer it is. No. Oh. One more one. Let's see. Level need timer, and then well, then all the other ones. This one is this was a point thing to draw. That's okay. And I was not supposed to do this, but that's okay. Not yet. Trijam. No, that'll be something very different. The Trijam 351. Create and edit. There we go. And I can load that thing into existence while we jump back in here. Look inside itch.io. And we do free Christmas. I can't write for shit. Christmas music pack. Music of six free Christmas tunes. Loopable. Strange techno. You know what? It's weird. I heard like half of it. Well, I'll take it. Wait, you have your like license separately? Why would you do this? Use copy of that modify prepare derivative work based upon all the purchased assets. Blah 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 blah. I guess we'll copy paste that thing in there. And then we have a quick look see here. Okay. We copy that file. Why is that freaking new when you need it? There you go. The new folder. We're gonna make a new folder for in here. We call it not music. We call it assets. These assets. That Christmas music pack is in there now. Also, quite a one, and then we need a sound effect for the beepity beeping. How about I'll turn you off for a little while, and we can listen to some of these here. I like that sound. But that'll be maybe for when things, access denied kind of vibing, eh? So that'll be for you when things go wrong. Yeah, so that's the sound of the either trash or present going in the wrong one. Oh, sorry about that. And that's actually a fun sound for like when the level starts. And that's the sound of it going in the right one. So we'll do a copy. You stupid bastard. Fucking hell, Windows. You're such a cunt sometimes. Why would anyone ever want like half the shit you like ultimately like make me do? Ugh. There we go. So we have the Jesus Christ. Why is it so difficult to do basic things? Why, Windows? Why must it be like this? It's easy to blame Windows instead of like just admitting that I'm clumsy, in fact. So you put in this one and yeah, moved to Linux about 6 months ago because of that nonsense. Yeah. I haven't done it yet, but it is very much on the to-do list. Move completely over to Linux. So we'll do I will call the correct choice. And we had paste. Wrong choice. Wrong choice 2. Wasn't there something else? And then we wanted the level start. The scoring. Level ends. You see your score. And whatever, do we find any other sound effects we might need? We have goes in the correct bin. 2 options for wrong bin, so we can experiment. Level starts. Like, oh no, there's trash in the present chutes. You get scored at the end of your shift. Ah, pushing buttons. Button push. I'm slowly building up a library of these sound assets, and I'm being pretty happy with that. Oh, the level end, actually. So level start, level end. We have I kind of like this one more. So we rename you choice wrong. And we'll have choice correct. Even though it's not much of a choice, it's more like did you chuck it in the correct one? So we have a button push sound effect. We have these two. We have level start end. Then we have the musics. We just downloaded. Bells and synth. Relatively calm so far. This feels like menu music. Very calm. Not quite as Christmassy I was hoping for. Jolly beats. This one has the reindeer bells, so. Okay, that went in a bit intense. But it's a little calm still somehow. The jingles of the north. Okay, promising so far. We're gonna drop that bass as the creator seems to like to do. Now this one. That's a winner. Most definitely. And I realized we need some one more sound effect, which is the flipper flipping. Maybe an impact sound as well. Because if you just flip the flipper, it just makes like some mechanical sound, like wah, wah, wah. And if you do that and you hit a present or a trash, then it'll make a sound. And we could maybe have 2 separate sounds, one for you hitting a present and a trash. This one loops well. Nice and calm. Not too distracting. So this is absolutely a winner. We're going to use this one for something. This could be a main menu music sound. This could be a background of the game. Absolutely wonderful. If you have something that's slightly more chaotic, high energy. See where this goes. It's got that hip hop vibe to it somehow. Yo. We're in the 90s now. That's nice, but it's not what I'm looking for. The night of Christmas. How about this one? Promising has a bit more energy than the number 3. Oddly enough, this reminds me of Abiotic Factor. Of the level with the like medieval farmers and the fungal infection and, you know, the strange cult. Not medieval farmers, but like pure Puritan farmers. Thing is that whatever that sound effect in the sound background. Yeah, I like this one. It makes me think like maybe I should have a few for the various levels. Elves from the north. Then goes a deep mega gangster somehow. Whoop, whoop. We can have them one music for scoring? No. No, the scoring music obviously needs something high intensity for nightmare mode. Yeah? That if we find nightmare mode. I mean, if we need something really high intensity, we do have it here in 8 bits of instrumentation, I believe. Oh wait, no, these were... Oh, I forgot about these. How about this one? These were not actual instrumentals, and if we're going with... Okay, this is something completely different. A great time for ragtime. Oh shit, okay. This'll... Okay. This sounds like fun music for like... You know, like the factory keeps on running. Change here to loop yourself. I think I've used this previously in a game that had a similar sort of vibe to it. But did you actually... it doesn't loop that well, which is tragic. Otherwise, it's super fun. Almost dance in A minor for solo piano and violin. Yeah, violins done over a digital synth sounds weird. Violins, you're not supposed to go like, they're supposed to like flow into each other, the tunes. Sounds like a cheery main scoring scene song. Yeah. Now the fake. Yeah, you can't do violins on this thing with these. How about 8-bit vert? What the fuck? Yeah. What was this one then? Oh yeah, this is because this came from a game they were actually working on. It's Gorman time. Okay, this would just make me want to make like a side-scrolling pixel adventure game that involves flying somehow. I'm gonna make a friggin' like low poly version of Wipeout. And then this bit reminds me of Super Metroid, the plant boss. Yeah, because he goes to slow down and everything. Oh, that loops pretty well, actually. How about the looping part, just... Okay, it's Gorman time. Sounds like a bit more than just 8-bit, man. Huh. I think I used this for something. Now this is epic, like, main menu music. You're really gonna do this in broad daylight? Well, that sounds like it's full of innuendo. Oh, it's this one, yeah. No, yes, it's Devrucci, this one, which had MP3. Loopable plus one shots. This is fun ones, but the ragtime kind of worked with the Christmas theme. But if one like, just crazy epic, then I guess, then of course, we'd have these. Oh, battle music. Time to fight Robot Santa. Oh man. Oh man, can we make a fight Robot Santa music game? How would that work? It would be amazing. How would that work? It's like, oh no, Santa's gone insane. He's unleashed Robo Santa. And you like a little elf, you had like throw presents at him. And they like the different parts just move around, and they flash white when you hit them, and then they like explode, and he's just shooting a random project. See, I was trying to be clever with my game, but now gonna tank. God damn it, man! You put in thought in this little nugget of mine. Has nothing to do with Santa's present management. Doesn't really fit the theme in any way, but I want to make a robot fighting Santa fighting thing at some point. I'm just wondering, can I do it now? And how do I tie it to the theme? Sorry for the intrusive ideas. No gun attack. No, don't apologize. Thank you. That's a fun one. Oh, and it loops well as well. If nothing else, it's been on my head for a while now that I really need to get back into more longer term projects as well. And I was thinking like, well, maybe we'll do it for like January, like new year, new me kind of bullshit. And we're gonna have to start beginning every stream with game dev for a while. But we'll, in order to save on my sanity and yours, we'll try to do still small projects. Like we'll do, the Trijam during the weekend, and then during a week we'll try to make like a game a week or / a month kind of thing. So there will still be small projects, and if you get really carried away, we can make a proper longer term one. But we'll try to make one like a game a month. If we make it faster, we'll make it faster. Make it take longer, it takes longer. I'll give it a Trijam to a Trijam. Hey there, Rag. How you doing, man? You're up. Oh yeah, that'll be late for you. Oh, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a pleasant evening, my friend. Yeah. Okay, we're listening too much to this boss fight music. This doesn't help us get into the Christmas mood. But the problem... Yeah, wait. But they had other ones there. Not the OGG, but the WAV. I'm doing. Such is life on the, the weekend before Christmas. They have one here called Frozen Abyss. Like, I like the music here. A lot of this very much reminds me of Final Fantasy VI. And in general, old Final Fantasy music, so it feels like there's very clear sort of inspiration. And sometimes Chrono Trigger. They're wonderful, beautiful games. This is Never Give Up. This is obviously, a death scene, which reminds me of... Like, yeah, this one very, very, very strongly reminds me of Final Fantasy VI. And I was laying in bed thinking about my all-in-one video production PC, and I decided to hop on and see if I could resolve it. Ooh, nice. Yeah, your robot and your project, they're like, no, just expand it. You're doing like crazy shit. I'm like just trying to think, well, what can I make my freaking streamer bot do? As is. I'm afraid of jumping into that project. So I'm thinking, like, let's just do games instead. I know not enough about games right now. Though, yeah, my scenes are just a mess. My OBS needs a proper fix-up, a tune-up. Now, these are all a little bit too dramatic, but in the wrong way. And we'll add copy. There's pasting and ragtime there as well. Because otherwise, we'll try to focus on this one. Also, if I limit myself, it'll be better for me. I can't do... Man, you're making games. I can't do that. Hey. Yes, you can. You're pretty much making them already. Audience pushes button, things happen. Game! One day, TM. I mean, yeah, but you're literally already making games. It's just about, you're doing visuals, you're doing animations, you have interaction between a third party, so this would be the player and your system, and what happens on screen. That's a game. This one's kind of neat, but it's also... Oh, I didn't notice that first time. It's something, that's for sure. Hey, man, that's where it starts from, That's what I'm thinking, like... Because I'm not really enjoying the coding I'm doing Stationeering, because that's really low-level coding. Because that feels familiar to me. I enjoyed that, the low-level stuff. And the high-level stuff, currently I'm just on Godot, because, the Godot gives me lots of tools, but also a framework to work within. Trying to then figure out how to do proper, game dev, web dev stuff. Ooh, that means I have to, open up a whole new part of my brain, learn new things. Yeah, so Stationeers coding is pretty in-depth. Yeah, It's not, I mean, like the thing is low level. It means it's kind of like not that in depth. It's kind of simplified in the sense that what you're using now, for example, for using JavaScript a lot in your coding, as far as I've understood, it has so many inbuilt libraries. There's so many tools that do things for you. That it seems like, oh, it's very simple because I just do the thing and it does the thing, right? But all those tools are very complicated. The coding then that happens in like low level stuff, that's more like using like simple Legos to build complex machines, in the sense that yes, it might be complicated to get used to thinking in that way. Like, okay, like I can't just, define a new variable. There's a limited amount of memory slots. Every time I write something, I have to like first do the math and write the answer in here. Which essentially is what you're doing already, but it's just abstracted. That was nice, but it doesn't really work with. Oh yeah, this is one of them. Then like hard techno, didn't it? Or like. Yeah, I don't like this one. This one goes a bit too hard in the wrong kind of way. Interesting collection of holiday themed songs. Yeah. Hey, that's what you get when you're poor and you grab the first thing you see that's free. But at the same time, like I said, it gives me a framework that I have to work within. I was thinking the rags, and then I just quickly looked at what I already had. Everything was pretty too epic. The ragtime one thematically fits. And if we just use these, at least because these are all done by the same artist, so they still have a similar sound. Like the ragtime one is fun, but it sounds clearly different from these. Which is one of the reasons I'm not sure if I want to use it at all, because these then have, like all art sounds like their creator in one way or another. That's one of the problems with AI art then, of course. Well, actually, funnily enough, that also, they has a very certain particular style, which you'll then learn to usually then identify. But these work, actually. Some of them are weird. Bells and Synth was a bit too calm. Jolly Beats, it goes a bit too hard. Actually, we can just, delete it from in here, because this is inside our Trijam already. We're not going to use that no matter what. This one, absolutely perfect background noise. And the reindeer bells kind of thing gives that Christmassy vibe to it. I was going to say, AI art probably is the easiest to figure out the creator. Yeah, nowadays. It's funny how AI art used to be better when it was earlier in the process. And then the problem was, because AI art learns from itself, it creates a medium value. It had highs and it has lows, and then people kept on using it. So instead of then learning from other people's art or like generate its own, that's why AI code is mid always. By definition, it can't be good eventually, because it always seeks the medium. Because it learns from so much code. And the majority of code is by definition shit that's out there, because a lot of people are learning. And through process, their own code becomes better, but the old code remains there for you to refer to look at, and so on. Usually a large mass of code is usually written by people who are, just given the basic, the boring tasks of, just do the thing, write the boring code. So there's a lot of boring code that needs to be done, and you don't have to be too good to do it, and it just needs to work. So the majority of code is that. And there's a small amount of really good code. And the really best code is proprietary, and no one's going to get access to that one, the AI, unless, they really break all the laws. And so, as the AI code generated creates more code into its own database, it'll be like the medium, because that's how it kind of works. And therefore, the amount of mid code just keeps on growing, so its own level of mid will actually go down until it finds a lower 1/3 quality. And it was fun, because I have a friend who works in, let's say he works for a creative company, and he does creative writing, and he's part of the creative team, and he's sort of high there. And when AI, the like image generators were also like new. When in the first 2 years when ChatGPT came out, they had a lot of fun with it. And then the image generators came out, and they actually used them a lot in the correct way, which was sketching out ideas. Because they were like, okay, just throwing propositions and getting kind of a quick sketch, and then by using those, then they sort of like fine-tuned the proposition and then brought that to their actual artists who made the actual art. But then in the creative process, they could use those. But the problem was that at one point, they couldn't get the AI image generators to not make anime girls. They had to like literally right in the prompt. It was like really, it became increasingly difficult to not have anime girls with big tits and like showing them off because everyone was asking for porn. The world was asking for so much porn that the majority of the image assets built off of AI anime, just hentai images that he itself kept drawing. So there's like, no, they wanted like an image of a middle-aged woman like sitting on a like picnic bench. No, this was actually sort of like, I think the character were, sort of like middle-aged woman sitting there because it's sort of family-friendly. It's a certain scene they wanted to create for a reference for like a story moment. And it kept on turning it into an anime girl and making it pose like that. I'm like, no, don't. And AI is a great tool, but so many people want it to be a worker. Yeah, that's the problem, yeah. The anti-AI discussion is difficult because people are so focusing on like AI bad. It's like, no. Screwdriver is not bad, but if you stamp people with a screwdriver, that's bad, But the tool is a tool. If you use the tool well, that's fine. The problem is always the corpus behind them. Too many anime girls, yep. That's what the internet is made of. Anime girls, cats, and secretly dogs. Or good if you are playing Zomboid. Exactly. It always depends on your intended purpose. As long as the stabbing happens in the game, because if you're like just playing Zomboid, someone bothers you and you stab them with a like screwdriver, that's also bad, I think this is our like main tune, I'd say. So I like this one. This one has a bit of oomph to it. I can't really imagine a scene where I would want to use that one. Whereas this one, that has the sort of hip-hoppy vibes, I can see as a level music. And then my bells and synth. I think we're gonna get rid of that one too. Thanks for everyone for like just entertaining me and helping me just listening to stupid music on a loop. Couldn't open. I know. I deleted it. But it's like generative AI art is not technically bad. The technology behind that is freaking amazing and fantastic. And also, it's that kind of stuff that leads to things like AI being able to process large amounts of X-rays and then being able to, better than human beings, identify like cancers and so on. It's similar to how it wasn't AI, but it was funny because I remember the story of how a tool is, depending on what it's used for, it become so much more, is that there was a Japanese store that they sold pastries. And they wanted to have an automated checkout system. Now the problem was that image recognition software couldn't see the difference between like a pain au chocolat and a croissant. From their point of view, the machine said it sees golden brown pastries, similar shapes. They're the same. So what they did was they hired a software engineer to help them. Hey, we need our own image generation software that would be really good at identifying different kind of pastries, which they all look similar because they're made from the same dough and so on. But there's some differences in shapes and so on. And it took them a while, but he got it done. And not only did he get the software done, the software was so freaking good and detailed differentiation and so on, that in the end he was, I do believe, he was then also adopted into specifically identifying cancer cells and so on, because they realized this is the absolute best image recognition software anywhere. Because it was so specialized into just finding these small detail things. It might not be the best for like recognizing this is a cat or a dog kind of thing, but it'll recognize like this tiny bit means that it's different from the others, and therefore it might actually be a croissant, or that is actually cancer, that kind of stuff. And that is the kind of cool stuff with image generation and likely the AI logic, if like processing large amount of data and finding patterns which human beings might be not the best at, which again is I think it's hilarious, because the AI tool, if it's going to replace any worker, it'll be middle to like lower upper management. Because what is their job? To analyze information and make choices based on market trends and so on. So that sounds like exactly what AI does best, not customer service. That is for humans. From croissants to cancer. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, a good tool is a good tool. And, using good tools in novel ways can lead to like insane, like wonderful advancements in the world. But it's always usually the one wielding the tool that is the problem, especially, and as I was saying about generative AI art, the problem there is always the corporations behind them, because they're using stolen information, because they're like, I've changed the rules of the contract. Pray, I do not change them further. And like, hey, you stole everyone's art. No, I didn't steal it. I retroactively changed the contract that actually turns out I owned it all along. When I promised everyone that of course, everything you own and post on our service is your own art. Actually, now after everyone has posted their art on our service, now I shall say, no. It was mine all along, to do with what I wanted. You have no right to your own art. Too bad. I'm out. Which is like what Twitter did, Google's doing, Facebook, Meta, and all that. That is, the problem is not the tool, but the management behind the wielders, pretty much. This one is maybe a little too calm. So this could be a main menu. This one has enough oomph for a factory. This one has enough oomph. I don't see that one either, being existing in the game. There we go. We whittle it down. Now we got 3 songs, possibly a ragtime, and most of the sound effects. Keyword being most, because I just realized that there was one that I forgot. Which was, we need a sound effect for, like I said, beepity boops. When the... Ooh, a whoosh sound. Nah. You can use it for a fee. Exactly, you can use it. You can use your own art for a fee. Because I own it now. That's a bit too well. I could see that working for if we do a little bit of audio modulation for like impacting an item. That's a good, actually, impact sound. Oh, this one. Impacting with trash. But I kind of want one for the actual, like, flipper flipping. And that's an impact if I ever heard one. Copy. We'll do impact. And then because the game has its own, the audio player has modulation, and last time we mucked around with those, we realized, yeah, so we can have the randomized modulation for every sound so we don't get audio fatigue, as they say. So every time a sound effect is played, we also use a randomizer to first set its modulation within a certain range so that it's never exactly the same sound effect played. Why did we sped this one up? Boom, boom. Every time. Nah. So now it is the flipper itself moving. That we're looking for inside of my simple library of sounds. Wasn't there a hurt that was similar? I was thinking this one. Again, but we sped that up. Because it doesn't have to be, it's not supposed to be too strong of a sound, but it just has to have the sound, a little bit of a mechanical vibe to it. So what are power? Paste that one there so we know. Yeah. That'll work. There we go. And it's a game about flipping some trash away from the presents. And with this, we have our sound effects chosen. We have everything ready to go. So let's start the jam, I guess, officially now. Oh, even the coffee is gone. So no more warm drinks for us. Great tragedy indeed. So push the button. Golden coffee. There it is. Re-importing all the assets, going to 2D, and we start by good old just making folders. Boom. A finless coffee day. My good thing is I can just make more. Because I'm a bad person. I drink a lot of instant coffee just because I'm so lazy. And because I don't have a drippy machine. All my coffee machines that are for purple coffee are too fancy. Plus, I think I wear out of beans. Instant is just so easy. Plus, because then later on when I wanted more coffee, but I think like if I get any more caffeine, I'm just gonna get sick. So I put a little bit of normal coffee and the rest decaf. Nice. I can mix my own. Fucking lovely. But indeed, now it works exactly. That's like something that should have been remedied before starting the timer. Yeah, I can always pause it. But, like I said, folder, we have assets, then we have level, we have... present. Present. We have... trash. We have... flipper. We have... audio. And we have generic global. No, this will have all the globals. This will have the audio scene. And then we'll make more when we need them. So, we'll start by making the flipper. Think its core might as well be an area 2D. Think that's actually all it needs, really. A rectangle will do. Presenti. Now this is the sort of visual. Well, present goes here, we go here, and there's the flipper. So it'll be a... I'll make it a 2x1. I was thinking of first making it like nice and wide, so it's obviously a bigger flipper, but then it'll be difficult to time how the what there's like, because I never want more than one present inside, so we don't have, you know, strange accidents. You're trying to throw away the... Actually, no, we'll make it big at first, and then if necessary, we'll make it smaller. Because, you know, I make quick games with timers and so on. They're not made to be fair. Because, you know, fair games need, you know, proper balancing and design and all that. We ain't got time for that, not in here. We make shit that kind of works. There we go. Change the color. You know what I should get? I get myself my own water boiler. Like, I mean a kettle. See? Perfect. Heckin' flipper. Then we can have... I think we can use a... Call you the... Oh, right. Flipper poly. Water boiler. For your instant roasted bean water. Pretty much exactly. It is a water boiler. A kettle is a water boiler. It's just, you know, specialized for just making drinking water, other than steam or other things. Now, I think the center of this polygon is currently there. Which means that if I look at the rotation... Alright. Can I... Yes, I can is the answer. So we do this one. And... I think it'll be easier if I just draw the entire thing from scratch. A new polygon. And we had it from here. It was... Yeah. Because if you're there, and I want this to be the center, it'd be here. Means you'd be there. So it's 1, 2, 1. Start from there. Well, I fucked that one up. That's okay. So I can do that. Pretend like I'm magic. And that means you go... there. Make you a little gray.
Bing bong, son.
Jesus Christ! Thank you, the frog expecting. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Jesus Christ! Wow! Holy shit! Scared the fuck out of me too. Bing bong, son. Ooh, damn. Thank you. I don't know. I still haven't been. You haven't taken the time to like properly find out where exactly the. Let's see here. Come on. The sound effects are for. Or the volume for the. What the fuck? Oh no. Thought I gave you a new poly. For like bit notifications, follower notifications, but for whatever reason I did some adjustments so things work better. But at the same time, I accidentally made those sounds insanely loud for me, and I've been trying to like change it inside like Twitch's like own settings for alerts, but I can't. And the problem is in order to maintain things like having that bear sound be like frighteningly loud, which is one of the things that makes it funny. Okay, I'm gonna hide you guys, okay? There we go. Why are you like... I'm confused. Why... Why does that allow me to move these things even though it doesn't show me that it has polygons there? Now I see them. Thank you. But anyway, I haven't figured out how to make it like less loud for me, but at the same time, I don't know if that's a problem because I think it hopefully you guys find it as funny as I do. When I randomly get, frightened by freaking follower notifications. Or freaking insane bits amounts. And once again, thank you to Frog Expecting. That's very, very kind. Browser source, properties, control volume with OBS. Yeah, Raggy, but yeah, that's the problem now, because my volume things come... See, I'm using Wavelink because as my audio manager thingy-bob. And yeah, they go through the... actually, god damn it, man, you got a point here. Let's see here. Browser source properties. Fuck it. We'll figure it out another day. Yep. There we go. Because I'd have to go into studio mode and all that jazz. Now you need... Yeah, that's fine. You go here. We undo and undo because no, it's the polygons that much change. Because if that is the point where I want you to move. There we go. And I'm installing Windows XP on an older machine at the moment. Ooh, nice. Procrastinators. Oh, absolutely, Raggy. Insanely so. Completely forgot what non-UI installers were like. I prefer those, man. Don't do the stupid things. Where's that's the one I wanted to see. We do one. Now that'll work. One here. One there. And now here the one. And we'll make it a little smaller actually. Okay, so those are symmetrical, these are not. Honestly, that looks better. I think. Yeah. And the other way around. And... Huh, actually it leaning down looks sort of okay. Perfect. Done here. Now the old flipper pulley gets deleted, yeeted. And this one should now, since we rotate, see it's rotating around that point in the axle there. Yay, see? Sometimes I learn it's easier to draw things so that their like 0 point is where you want it to be, rather than afterwards trying to like find all these values to skew and like offset the thing through the math when we can just have it like correctly set it first. Oh, it's Linux. Thumb drive changed my way of thinking. And honestly, unless you're like building something from kernel or whatever, you're gonna have some little UI thing going on. Chunker. No, not really. I mean, like, I had a piece of code that would automatically install Linux and do all the settings for virtual machines for when I was working on like a school project. And part of the project was building that thing that would automatically use. So I just one command in terminal read from an existing file to pre-build an exact installation of Linux for then doing developing on in a virtual machine. When I call when using a bit. When I call when you're using a bit. Exactly, that's the kind of stuff. You know, I didn't need everything. I only needed certain things, and it needed to be link itself automatically to certain like servers that also existed for testing purposes. In the end, yeah, super simple system, but it was really fun figuring it out. And of course, I've forgotten everything about it by now, so it is what it is. And now you will go back here. And this way we can continue having the in-game grid mostly in use. Jesus Christ. And then we can't have you that tall, can we? You'll have to be like that. Because anything going beneath this thing, those sure shit won't matter. I'll put you there. I have two. Now you're the flipper pulley. Flipper pulleys. I'll add you a piece of script there, and the flipper pulley is also has no, the flipper, yes, actually the flipper pulley gets added in there. We'll have oh, I don't need that. Maybe we do. So with the var flipper underscore up is a boolean and equals false. We'll add a function we'll call flipper. No inputs, no outputs. And guess what it does? It flips the flipper. So var How? No, we don't need flip the flipper. I mean, the flipper up boolean at all. So for var tween cast equals create tween, and we tween dot tween property, the object in question being our freaking flipper poly. It's rotation final value something duration. It'll take you 0.2 seconds to get the final one. And oh, right. Can we do this one in rotation degrees? I do believe we can then do minus 90, and then we dot as relative. Then we do a copy of this. Oh man, I love this thing where I can just hold down buttons and copy freaking entire lines. Ah. So it does its thing and immediately it goes back again. And inside process, we'll actually have to then jump into the project settings, look at our input map, new action, flip the flipper. Space. There you go. Close. And we do if input dot is action, just press flip the flipper. Then, you guessed it, we flip flipper. Heckin' magic. Then we can save and jump into the scene. It instantly works. You can only see a little bit because it's inside at the 0 point, and that is the 0 point for the camera as well. But we can see it rotating the way I want it to. So, shit. Heckin' worked. Now we'll need to have the flipper itself have a piece of code where we'll have to use, are we using bodies or areas? We'll deal with that one after we create, the presents and things. Simple as falling off a bike. Yeah, exactly. And that was also, because I like to use the virtual machines because of coding in a low-level language, and because I got a good piece of advice from a friend who is a developer, and that whenever you're doing anything, especially with the low-level languages, you might want to do it inside a virtual machine, because if you fuck up really bad, you can brick your entire device. And he learned this, and his entire class learned this when he was studying coding, because the tragic ballad of whatever that the dude's name was in their class, because what he did was he successfully made a piece of code that turned every bit to 0. Literally every bit. He made an infinite loop that went through the entire memory bank of the machine and flipped every bit to 0, which means it has now become an inanimate piece of rock. The entire processor, everything. He bricked the entire machine and had to get a new one, if I remember correctly. And the story was that he bricked the machine and he had to get a new one because of fucking up so bad. And that's why you want to have a virtual machine, so that in case you brick the machine, you want to brick the virtual one, the actual machine still survives. That is the power and danger of low-level machines. Impressive. It is, really. But yeah, the power and threat of low-level coding languages. Because if you tell the machine to do something in an infinite loop on the machine code level, it will. And that's the thing. The code is never stupid. The machine is never stupid. The machine does exactly what you tell it to. So be careful what you tell it to. Let's make a level so we can see how the thing works. Scene. We did a 2D scene. And we'll just call you level. Inside level, we'll want a colored rectangulum. Yeah. That'll be our BG for now. F2, BG. Good old background. And in general, yeah, that's how it was. I've learned these days. Good practices usually for doing various kind of coding there. And also, of course, because they then specialize. He's a testing automation engineer, and he works on very expensive devices for maintaining atmospheric sensors to go into space and that's so on, and make sure that they work as intended and that they can't be hacked, because he does a lot of counter hacking kind of stuff, and he apparently has fun stories of trying to figure out can I feed in Python script in through a air pressure sensor, and he succeeded, and then they found a way to protect themselves against that. And then we put in a flipper, then we load this specific scene. Press space, the flipper flips. Now the flipper might want to get jammed up together, get a little chunkier. It's fine. For now it kind of works. So then we'll have to add a child node. We'll call, and it'll be not a pop-up, but a polygon. Because now we need to then figure out, well, the presents are coming in from above here. We want them to do a bit of a loop here so the player has a chance to see what's coming and react to it before it's time to choose to flip or not to flip. So we'll call this one tube. Now tube will this will just something I want here as a sort of visualizer. So half the screen is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 5. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, cool. Then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And a bit. 2, 3, 4, 5. And a bit. That'll be a quarter of the screen. Nothing else plus. Oh, nice. Python scripting is fun. I was to turn a secondary keyboard into a stream deck. Nice. You can stumble on Scammer Payback. Love the punch. Oof, nice. I'll put you there. This is just to help me sort of visualize. That'll be a quarter. We'll have at least a quarter here for the stuff to fly in. So the flipper would be, say, here. Then the target bin and the trash bin. We'll have enough time to visually make them fly around. So you'd be... make the tube in multiple polygons. This will be like the background of it all. Presents will have to be less than square. Oh yeah. So you'd have that. Oh, another polygon. Or two. Something like that. Put a SATA SSD in this old computer. Blindingly fast. Ooh, nice. It's crazy how much SSDs changed how everything worked back in the day. Insanely effective. Oh, thank you, Ivex Belligious, for that follow. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. So the idea is to have the path here, and then we'll do wall, outer, F2, wall, inner, tube, F2, tube poly. And we don't need to look at it right now. Especially this one. It's a modern SATA 3 SSD. Not anything this computer ever expected. However, it does have a 64-bit dual-core processor and 2 gigs of RAM. Oh, well, depending on what it needs to do, that's probably more than enough. I've been also considering, because I have a couple of old laptops that should still work, and I was wondering, what if I just wipe them and put on a Linux, and could I use that as a sort of local server for running streamer bots? Because I don't think it needs that much power. Then again, I don't know. Because it doesn't need to do anything else. Just observe the stream, react to things. Then I could have sort of local. Then I could have that run certain things that happen on stream, and I could have that as a separate machine completely. So I don't have to interrupt streaming and so on. So essentially, similar to a multi-stream system. But in the future, I'm hoping to then have a proper separate machine for gaming, a separate then for encoding the stream, and then maybe a third laptop on the side for stream shenanigans. So I've been trying to come up with ideas for how to make my own sort of game for a that is playable on doing stream by the viewers. I don't think StreamerBot has a lot of overhead. Yeah, I don't think so either. And we will need for this one an area. No, actually, we'll need multiple things, won't we? Depending on how we want this to work. So this will be. We'll call you the skip. And we'll draw. You like that? We'll make you a little yellow, a little dark. We'll do another poly. F2, we'll do this one then, skip. There you go, that'll be the trash skip. Make it a toilet. Maybe. We'll see. Now the idea was then to have... Let's see, should we have... Because if we make the... We can add some physics nonsense to this entire thing. In fact, yeah, let's do that. Then inside an area, we need a static body. If we do a physics body, that won't... We can't change shape. There we go. That won't be like affected by other things. Then we can make a shape that will be a convex polygon. There we go. You bastard. Being annoyed. Getting increasingly annoyed at you now. Skippy. Okay. Delete the entire thing. Use A view and hold Alt. I'm gonna move you. There. Then I need you to have a child that is in fact a collision polygon. That's why it was difficult. So I was being dumb. More dumb than you can possibly imagine. There. And that's just the wall. To make sure, you know, things fall in a slightly more fun way. Now 2D, we'll rename you as Trash Target. And he has a collision shape. And that shape is in fact, oop. I'll bring you down here. Might as well live there. And that shape is a rectangle. I made it extra tall so that in case there's a trash item and it like flies off screen, it'll still be counted as flying into the skip. And there, the trash should then go inside, so behind all this into the skip, and once it impacts with this thing, it'll get removed. With a similar thing here for the next polygon thing. You have to call it the sack. do we do with Santa's sack? Looks about right. There we go. Sack tap. Sack TSP. And we do some more. Another polygon. We'll place that one. That's good. Ah, all the way around.
Lurk, you can do it.
Well, thank you, puppy. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. Hope you have a nice day, my friend. And once again, getting slightly lost in the wrong details here. See the notes on the sack. Not that yeah, it works. A little too wide, perhaps. Excellent. We'll call you rope. And two of those. We do F2 for Sack Shadow, which give me that grid back. Copy. Paste. Change. Darken. There we go. Add node. Works for me. Now, we tried to do a sort of a highlight system. What would be so shadow would be there. There we go. Hold on to the stack highlight. There we go. Then we'll need another add child node. Static body 2D. Needs a collision polygon. I don't want to make the game feel too unfair, and also we'll need a copy of the sack. Yeah, we'll make it work. Why does it have to have some kind of wall here? There we go. And one more polygon. We got a sack. Copy. Paste. What we're doing is making a copy pretty much. On the top bit. Oh no, this one, yeah. Silly me, making mistakes already. Perfect. There we go. That way when a thing like falls in, you can have the background be as background and the present falls. It'll be in front of that stuff and then it go in like over the lip here. It'll go properly inside Santa's sack. Game can be called, yeah, stuffing Santa's sacks. And we'll have to have a separate. Now this is the failure area. So technically, no, we want a separate, different kind of failure for happening here in case you somehow get it in here. It doesn't matter what you threw it on the ground, which means it's an auto failure, that is. You shouldn't be able to do it. And we'll probably just expand this thing, like stretch it sideways. It'll be okay in the end. Now, sack will also need an area 2D of called the present zone. We'll move it in here. Add a child node. Collision shape. Change type. Collision. Present here. Little rectangle. Come on in. Fix these mistakes before I forget. Chance of hitting those are like non-existent, but you never know. There you go. Present hits the present zone. In fact, you should probably go a little further down. So it has space to fall down, so you'll probably see the present disappear before it, disappears. Yeah. Trash target, present zone, we don't really know what they are just yet. And we'll have to have two polygons remain completely in the background, that's fine. Well, let's add a path 2D. There. The idea is to get the presents too, and all the trash to follow that path pretty much. Then they get like ejected forward. And if we do nothing, they should fall into the Santa's sack. And if we flip the flipper, we should chuck them. So they have slightly more velocity and they go into the skip. That is the core concept of this game. And nothing else, will now get to use the path node in a slightly more different way, maybe more than they perhaps designed, where, they define a path for an object rather than what I've been doing, which is just making them, using them as a random point generator for enemy spawners. It also works pretty well. We'll call you the tube path. And I think we'll have to just spawn in a new path follower thing. Because there is the path follow node. So when we generate a new item, we also generate a path follow 2D node for that item. That way we'll have, they'll all have their own individual points along the thing. And we can have them, detect each other so they don't move too fast. If necessary, now we'll just have them all auto. They'll be fine. And that way they start from point 0, which is where they begin, and then we can use the same system we use for finding a random point there, but by choosing a point between 0 and 1, and they'll just move from 0 to 1, and once they reach the point 1, then the item will either change or just we'll give it a velocity. Which means we might want these things to be physics objects. Let's try it out. Let's see how this works. We'll make a new scene. It shall be not an area. We'll go into node 2D, collision object, physics body, a rigid body 2D, 2D physics body that is moved by physics simulation. Yes, please. It is a present. It was a separate one for trash, but we might have them all be presents, and then it just a different state for it. So depending on its state, you'll have a different like graphic visible. Or it's all presents, and it's like just every level has like no green presents or no red presents, and indeed they get like thrown into the skip. They were like presents that were meant to go to like poor people, and we know like Santa's naughty list actually just means the less wealthy children with less wealthy parents, also the naughty children. Yeah, the naughtiest thing you do according to Santa is choose to be born poor. If you'd been born rich, you messed up in character creation. That's what Santa says. Now, the present will then, of course, need a collision. We'll use a polygon because we're gonna draw a present, aren't we? So, look at the level here. What is the size we want for the present? It is about one of these grid squares. So half and half. All right, cool beans. So what should our present look like? Because we're gonna do it. It could be fun to have multiple different kinds, but we're gonna have one asset for the sort of like, well, the wrapping paper, and a separate polygon for the ribbon. And that way, when we generate a present, we can randomize the colors there. Just make sure they're not the same one. And that way, we'll have a multitude of presents, even though they're all technically the same asset. They'll at least look somewhat different. Now let's start with, we'll draw a big one and then we can make it smaller. So let's do like just good old mucking about with perspective. I messed that one up. There we go. Now, we're going to use some kind of simple enough modulation logic here for just shading the walls well. A little wonky, but I'm kind of digging the slight wonk. Yep. We'll do wrapper. There we go. And we do wrap front, and this will be wrap side. And yeah, once again, I'm spending far too much time on mucking about with, art assets, but you know what? I enjoy it. So, tough shit. And here we go. Collision polygon. Let's give it a shape, and it'll be the entire thing. Now, the thing is, there's a chance that we'll be able to do some other funny shenanigans. With thanks to the collision system being a polygon. And it being a sort of... I think this thing might be able to roll around. Because of how the physics in this game works. Now this means the shadows are going to be all wrong every now and then. And that'll be a-okay. We can even try to like just make the shadows even like more subtle. There we go. Too dark. The side is supposed to be the dark one. There we go. Oh, that actually is way better in general. With the wrapper. Then we need another polygon. We'll F2 this one into a ribbon. Now the question is, do we want the entire ribbon to be... Yes. Yes, we do. I figured out. I did this stupidly. Well, that's okay. You see, we should make the entire box be one single, like, big box. And we change that one's shape. That one's color. The ribbon is also a single one. We change its color. And then we have separately these layers on top that are... we lower their alpha levels, so they're see-through. And they will then darken this entire side. So that way we, no matter the color of the base present or ribbon, we don't need to put it in anywhere else, because these will just automatically darken whatever's there into the correct shades. Heckin' lovely. We're going to use these incorrectly. Start with. There we go. Oaken ribbon. I'll make you a little red. Very nice, like traditional colors first, and then we close off the grid. Then we do some actual art-ish endeavors. Art adjacent. That's actually kind of funny how then the... Okay, this music is freaking me out. Oh, thank God. It's only, we're only 1 hour in and I'm already like getting lost in the sauce with, you know, messing him up with polygon art. Thinking lovely. We're doing way better than I was expecting. There we go. You're on the line. How about you? Oh. Alright. Now, that one works. We can't touch that one. We can fuck around with this one, though. So, we just... Oh, it's a collision polygon. Right. Okay, I'm gonna hide that one, because it was messing with my, my visual processing. Well, it looks like it's kind of on the line there. Okay, well, it comes... Actually, no, it's better. Yeah, it's fine. Also, if it comes outside a little bit, that's fine. Because again, if we... So I've noticed that the drawing with these polygon thingies sort of accidentally allows for some fun sort of artistic design work. Then there's a certain style that I've seen a lot, but never really got into myself, where things look a bit like they're made from like paper mache and like paper cutouts and things. Now, like just mucking about with these, I'm realizing, I wonder how much of that is born because of this, where, you know, you allow the limitations of your, let's call it graphical software, to just cause some happy accidents. I'll use my actual finger here. I'll put it. So there. Amazing. I mean, for me, it's amazing. I know, like, you guys probably don't care, don't get excited about the same stuff as I do. And I'm sorry about that, but you're just gonna have to live with it. I just love the fact that, I'm accidentally discovering new ways of, making art, how to get, like, learning more about certain, like, design types, I think. So here we look at the color. I'll make you, like, we can make you straight up black, see? And then we just walk around with the alpha layers here, like, and because I like even numbers, would turn that 30. I hope it's fixed, because I have no idea what I'm doing with it. Well, I'm glad it's fixed, my friend. But it works, I think. That's the way to go, man. Then we make this one all black again. We muck around with the alpha level. I think it was it Manaway or someone else? Oh, was it Tourmaline's? Or was it? No, it was Bunny Fufu, little Bunny Fufu, who told me this is how she makes in her art her shadows. A lot of the time, you get the exact color you were using, and then you just, essentially, no, you don't get the, you get black. And then you change the alpha level, and you paint with that one on, and that way you get the sort of, exactly the perfect shade of whatever you're working on. Because now, I should be able to, so you make this, say, yellow. Or red. Or, I don't know, green. And the shadows work, because the bottom layer is the only one, the entire thing. And there's two layers, I'm not even touching them at all, and they're getting affected. So we'll do, from wrap side to F2, change this one to shadow side, F2 to shadow front, and we're gonna take them out. We'll change the order here. The wrapper goes behind, and the ribbon goes behind as well, and now the ribbon is affected by the shadows as well, and we have the illusion of three-dimensionality. Really neat, because once I get it working, I can add video effects and whatnot to make the content even more transformative. Holy shit, Raggy, that sounds amazing. Yeah, like I've been like wishing, like there's some ideas that I think that could be funny that I haven't really looked into that much, because discount engineer at 15 stream streak. Good morning to you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Because I just don't know if my machine can handle all the things. Because I think it would be funny to just have a button for a redeem and get like the VTuber machines running, and like, hey, turn me into a VTuber kind of thing. And I was thinking of trying to get a 3D scan of myself, so I would just be like, nothing would change. It's just a digitized version of me. I want to be my own VTuber asset. Maybe I make a PNG of myself as well, just because. Now, of course, you can always lean into the whole VTuber nonsense of, no, the VTuber. And once you're a VTuber, someone redeems it again, go even more VTuber. Then it gets like massive jiggly because why not? So many of them do that, so I think it would be funny. And of course, yes, I would remain a mustachioed fat bald man with big jiggly bits. And I guess that, because, like I said, I think that could be funny. There you go. Yeah. I just need a better machine. That'd be awesome. Yeah. I mean, like, and also other effects, because I was wondering, like, because it does react to your real-time movement. I was wondering, how real-time is it? Or should I just, if I know how much of a delay there is between, video to VTuber model, can I just delay my own video on screen by that much so they would overlap, and then I could have, you can have outfits and things. I'm like, hey, yo, do the thing, like on a Steam, like similar to how Casual does with his helmet and his pixelated glasses and things, but just add more different kinds of silly things. But yeah, for that, I'm pretty sure I would need at minimum the whole 2 PC setup, because if I get a better one, just focus on playing games, then even if my machine is a bit old, I'm pretty sure it should handle that if it only handles that kind of things. But right now we need to make a bow for the present. We have systems here. We change the color of the wrapper. We can have the wrapper and ribbon now changing colors, and they'll be fun because the shadows are the shadows heckin' work. Now the ribbon though will need. Now this one will actually need then children polygons, because the children will then be inheriting, because we'll be changing not the actual color of the polygon, but we're modulating it. So if we do this one, then back to white, full white, which is your default, then we modulate it to say yellow. Now its children should inherit that modulation. And how do we make a bow? I think we'll just start there, go to the side. So we'll add a shadow over there. And we'll do maybe a little chunk in between, and then second half a bow. Then a couple of ribbons. Take it out. See? Inherited the modulation. And we'll give the bow shadows as well. Another polygon. There you go. Now it's slightly easier to see F2 bow on top. I must be off to attempt to go to the sleeps now. Have a great rest of stream. Can't wait to see how this turns out. Work. Thank you, Raggy. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for talking, and hope you get some good sleep, my friend. Get good rest. As a family man, I can only imagine the amounts of stress coming your way, the holidays and all. And I think, as far as shadows go, oh, well, it's not really what I'm hoping for, but it'll do. And right, so you'll go further this way. And we'll change this one's entire nature. Be more like what we had on the other side there. Whoa. There we go. So it'll be closer. Actually, you know what? We're gonna remove you as well. Yeah, we can always add more. That one has very few, so we want the similar vibe here. There you go. Following that out a bit. Control Z. One shadows there, and one here. And I think we're kind of done. Except if we do this. It's weird adding these, using polygons to do this art, because it's, if someone asks me, why am I doing that like specific shape specifically there, I couldn't answer you. I'm just drawing by the seat of my pants, if you will. And I'm quite enjoying it. Okay, I'm just wiping that it needs to be slightly bigger. But not that way. You see, we can have that one be a nice sharp end there, but this one, guys, just needs to be a little taller there. Not so much here, perhaps. There. Now with one more to like separate these from the like knot. There. And then we'll have to go do some copy pasting. So we do. And not being able to explain why I'm doing something somewhere feels a little weird to me, because I've been like so analytical about everything for so long. Like I like this little in the oh. I think it's this is what I'm looking for. Ah! And there's another thing we need, isn't there? One extra shadow that covers the entire bow, because otherwise these two will be the same color. And we can't have that now, can we? Unless, of course... we add a detail to the bow itself. And now... this bow is owned by ribbon. It would be better if the ribbon is the darker one. I think it is, actually. So, click into the bow. Your white. Ribbon. There we go. There we go. And everyone is pretty much white now. And we save. And we give you some script. What should the script be then? Plunk. Eject. And what it does is we need to apply impulse, I believe. Applies a positioned impulse to the body. An impulse is time independent. Applying an impulse with every frame with a BHF frame rate dependent force. For this reason, should be able to be used to simulate one-time impacts. Position is offset from the body origin in global coordinates. We don't need that. So we'll just give an impulse of vector 2 dot right. And the collision impulse, yeah, it doesn't give a shit about the ribbon. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we have a present made that can change colors. And right, and we'll probably want that one too. Will we do should we have a pre-made list, I guess, of the various colors? So we'll do bunk set underscore wrapper, and we'll have wrapper color, new underscore color of type color, where wrapper dot modulate equals new color. Now the present itself doesn't give a shit. Does what it's told. We'll do set underscore ribbon underscore color. Ribbon dot modulate equals new color. Wonderful. Done and dealt with. So now we have presents, so we can set their wrapper and ribbon color via code from elsewhere. We'll look at the level. Add child node. Market 2D. It is the spawn point. Fuck's sake. There. Well, it's a decent enough place to start from. There we go. The spawn points. We got the tube path, tube follow. You want them to be in between. Just put the sack there. Now, the sack is all the way in the front. Node 2D, create. And we'll call it this one simply presents. Hey there, Perk. How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. Hope you got some good sleep. And hope these server start went well. I lurked and observed as much as I could, but you know, it's the weekend before Christmas is busy. I was hoping to like maybe log in and experiment a little yesterday, but sadly I could not. Plus, I was given some good instruction and examples on how the coding in Stationeering can be done, and I can't get it out of my mind. The idea was today to like do the game jam and then play some vintage story. But man, no, we got a code. And so instead, we'll do a properly dedicated VS stream tomorrow. And it'll be on the casual story because we you know, there's building to be done, things to be finished. Christmas is almost here, so we will probably try to finish the top of the windmill by finally putting up some planks, and then we're gonna chisel the Christmas tree because we can. We've got the Jonas pallets, we've got the things we need. We don't have a normal pallet, so we'll see how that can work. Can't blame you. Yeah, man, that's the problem. Too many cool games running at the same time. It's tricky, you know. What the hell am I doing? Right, presents. But not just presents, this is the presents, we'll call you the handler for now. And this way when we jump, level doesn't have its own script yet, perfect, yeah. The flipper does its own thing. If there's an idea that needs trying out, it needs trying out, and it won't sleep till then, oh absolutely, yeah. Very true. Now, this week's theme for the game jam is Santa's present management. So I'm making a game where it spawns in presents in a tube, and some of them might be trash, or then we'll have, you know, recognize a bad present will have a certain color, depending on how much time we have. And the idea is that the presents and objects get spawned here. They go through this tube, so the player has enough time to see what's coming, and then you only have, there's one button, you press space. And what that does is makes that flipper flip. You do that. So we'll probably change that animation, goes all the way 90 degrees, but make it slightly less. So the idea is we have to let the correct presents fall into the Santa's sack. The bad presents get flipped, so they fly over here to this trash skip over here. And that's the idea. And we're using this path node that previously we used for very, very different things, but now we're going to use it for like actual pathing. And the idea is once you reach this path, then hopefully, if I've understood how the objects work, we'll be able to then, you know, eject them forward at some kind of speed. In worst case scenario, we'll just manually draw in these paths. What the path is, that is, goes inside the sack. But if it's in here and you push the button, it changes from one path to another and goes there. So we can hard code it, but I'm trying to add some physics shenanigans just so it'll look funnier. They fly around. Christmas quality control, pretty much. Yep, that's what I went for. Yeah, of course, man. All the cool cats should be getting tape. Didn't you say hi earlier? Oh yeah, because you said the streak thing. It doesn't recognize that. It only recognizes actual chat messages for people on the cool cat list for the automated auto shoutouts. And now let's see here. I'm going to spawn in a present, which means we look at the script and we have to look at the present scene. We pull it here and there it goes. Now we have that as a constant preloaded access to the present. We add a function of spawn present. No inputs, no outputs for now. And what we do is variable new underscore present type equals present dot instantiate. So now it has been instantiated. Then I wanted the present handler to have a reference point here, and then we do so to make sure that everything happens stays in the correct order here. So that's why we add all presents to be children of present handler. Present handler dot add child new present, and now it's inside the scene. Now we want to make sure new present dot global position, although because present handler's basic its own position is at the spawn point, so I think we might be able to kind of skip this one, but if we assume that we can't, then we do a reference to spawn point dot global position, and spawn point is just essentially just a vector 2 with a visual aspect inside the editor, so we can see where that marker is. Now the new present position has been put in, and now we want it to be able to move. And so, to make sure we can figure this shit out, we have the tube path. And I think we can do it like this, so func spawn tube path. And doing this in a separate function, just so because no one else will be dealing with these other than the actual presence. So I could have it inside. It'll probably be it'll only be called in spawn present, but it's just easier for me to separate these things logically. So what we do is, let's say var new path follow type equals let's see if we can remember how we do this. Path follow 2D dot new. Control click in here and see what kind of things we can do. This node takes its path, takes its parent path 2D and returns it the coordinates of a point within it. Useful for making other nodes follow a path, without coding the movement pattern. For that, the nodes must be children of this node. The descendant nodes will then move accordingly by setting the progress node for this node. So then our present handler should in fact be the tube path itself. So when we spawn in a present, first we spawn in a path follow, then we give it a child that is a present. And when that one reaches its end, we change the parent, I think. Because once the path reaches its the end point, I want it to become a sort of like, wild physics object, pretty much. Yeah. Okay. Good documentation. Good access to documentation. I like Godot. So for this one, we'll probably don't need this one. Now, but once they're the children of the path follow 2D, then we'll just have it add something from Delta. Why don't I should 2path then have its own script to handle any and all of its children? Just to sort of simplify things. Well, in a large, sensible project, yes, we should. But we're doing it quick and dirty. Just gotta make this shit work. So we're gonna let level here handle all of it. So in other words, spawn present, so variable new present. They will also do a var new underscore path follow. Realize we already have that line, so we just copy that in here. Now present handler will not be the one, but it will be new path follow, add child new present. 2path, and we already had 2path there. That's fine. Separate those. And then we'll have tube path dot add child new path follow. So the new path the path follow 2D node is now the child of the tube path. So he has access to the path. The child is the new present is the child of the path follow node. So it should get its location information from the path follow node. And now inside process, we're going to be calling it a separate function. And yeah, we can remove this thing actually completely. So just get you back. There we go. Damn you. There we go. So it will be move underscore present input of not in the caps of delta delat. I like casting my things. No object. And for child in 2path get underscore children. That brings out an array of nodes. We do child dot what was it called now? Progress ratio. Underscore ratio plus equals delta. And in ready, call spawn present, and inside process, we call move present, and we give in the delta value. Now we press F6 and we see does the shit explode? Nothing exploded. Look at remote, look at the level. Did we have a... The present exists. Type of rigid body 2D. The problem is, there's a chance that it being a physics object like it is, it didn't want to behave and it just fell down. In order to test this, how about Ah. But the spawn point there. And this time... new present global position spawn point. Because this one has to be after we add child the new present into the game. A new path. Follow. Yeah, we want to do it this way so that we have reference to it into add child, and for this one, F6 again. Yes. So I think that was very much the problem there. We do 10 times delta. Now, so the problem remains that I still haven't fully understood how this game deals with these rigid bodies. So we change the time. Let's see here. I would like it to use the existing physics. It's just neat. An animatable body? No. Bone? No. See, because this one just says moved by physics simulation. So what if we then changed? Wait, I didn't... It has its own rules. We didn't do that. Deactivation. Alright. What is freeze mode? Can be used to set body's behavior when freeze is enabled. Set freeze mode for possible values. For a body that is always frozen, use static body or animatable body 2D instead. Static body freeze mode, by default, the body is not affected by gravity and forces. Can only be moved by user code and doesn't collide with other bodies along its path. Kinematic body freeze mode, similar to freeze mode static, but collides with other bodies along its path when moved. Ah. That works for me, actually. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Look at the... Looks like it works. 1 times delta. Uh, 0.1 times delta. The problem is, yeah, because we give the global position. All right, so now we can have for present underscore speed equals first cast it as a float equals 0.2. Then we jump back here. Bone points gets to move back to where the actual start is. We look at the script. We got present speed times delta for the progress ratio. And we F6 in here. I just want to see what happens. And currently it works freaking perfectly. Now, move presence. And then, after we do child progress ratio plus equals present speed times delta, we do an if child dot progress underscore ratio is greater than or equal to 1.0, Then we do child dot get underscore child idx. I do believe that would be a 0, the first one, right? Get child idx fetches a child node by its index. Each child node has an index relative to its siblings. See, get index. The first child is at index 0. Perfect. That's what we needed to know. So get child 0, which would then be the present itself. And we reparent to present handler. And we'll see what happens now. You come in, go down. Apparently fuck all. So how about 0.9? And also, good old debuggy print. Reparented. Because I just want it to become a different object pretty much after it's done. Oh. Cannot call method reparent on a null value. So we have a delta pointer there. Child is this object. Counter position is 0. Container position array size 2. Member self. Present handler 2 path. And then we call the child is this object, right? Ah, that guy's the problem. And then try again. Move presence index p index equals 0 out of bounds. Data children cache size. Child get child. Yeah, the child should be the pointer, which is what we're moving, and its child should be the present. So we have the progress. Area size 1. Child. Child here is the remote path follow 2D. Yeah? So look here, we have our... Oh. Right. Right. Of course. Reparent followed by child dot Q3. Silly me. Reparenting happened, then I try to do it again. Nice. And we'll do here temp more present type equals that guy. Then we can do present dot reparent. So at present inside eject we have freeze takes the value of a false. Bool, yeah, good. Present reparent present eject. F6. It works. Mostly. Well, look at the level. We go in the good old 2D here, and we're going to have to add ourselves a nice little no. No. Daddy bought a 2D. Add child node. Collision shape. There we go. Yeah, we don't really give a shit too much about what all is happening here. Now, can I look at my present script here? So apply impulse vector to right, but the problem was positioned impulse, torque impulse, get colliding. I don't give a shit. I just want you to move to the right. I never used these body things that much. Oh, wrong one. So we jump in the level. President gets spawned in. With the choose, do we flip? Hey, kind of works. Times 10. And look at the flipper. There we go. Child. Add a collision polygon. Save that. Jump in here. There we go. better. Now if we can just maintain your rightwards direction, we could kind of make this work. Now, if freeze equals false, then how do I move a rigid body? Yeah, we'll have an hour left. Man, we're doing good. We're doing good. We got good time. Okay. Cadeau, move, rigid body. I really should also apply. Oh, buzzy, rigid body. Need to upgrade my Cadeau at some point to the newest form. Forces or impulses and rigid body controlled by. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. What's the rigid body? Well, one is directly controlled by the physics engine in order to simulate the behavior of physical objects. Rigid by 3D physics. Yeah, we don't give a shit about that. We're not doing that level of complexity. I just want a flipper to flip it. Place the rigid body once, for example, in rotation. You use the method prepared by no 3D. I don't give a shit. Camera look at. Oh my god. Forward local axis vector 3 vector per dam. Or direction. Current transform basis. Speed float 0.1. Variable target position. My target node 3D node. Global transform origin. Look follow. As described above, using node 3D's look at method can't be used in each frame to follow a target. Here are the custom look at. Look follow. Func integrate forces. No. Go to node 3D or spatial if you're using Godot 3.5. If you want to move once without worrying about collisions, you just use global position value. If you want to move it another way, you can use rigid body physics like apply impulse, which you can read up on. Good. Fucking YouTube videos as well. Don't like it. Let's look at more. Help me, AI. Set linear velocity. May lead to unnatural behavior. No, I'm fine with that. Set the linear velocity might be the one I'm looking for. Variable target, vector, blah blah, target position, force strength. Direction equals target minus position, normalized. Add force. Continuous force to the rigid body causing it to accelerate in a direction. Okay, so this is not. So this. I want to move it like a freaking spaceship or some shit. Cool. I don't. It can slow down. It's a-okay. So set linear velocity. If freeze equals false. Pass. Set. Vector 2, linear velocity. Bonus linear velocity in pixels per second can be used sporadically, but don't set this every frame because physics may run in another thread for a different value. See integrate forces, cool. So we can just do linear velocity and give it a value. Cool. Don't need the set part. Linear velocity. Vector 2. Right. I do believe there's 0, 1. 1, 0. Yeah. And then we'll start with just this. Equals. Maybe it should have been a set. Oh well, we'll try this one. Comment that one out. Make sure the correct scene chosen and we simulate it. Presents. It's coming in. Flip. Times 10. Who this does. Cool, that's what. Times 1,000. Apply that impulse, man. No, just fuck all. Okay, keep on applying impulses in the process all the fucking time. Interesting. And now you do nothing. Will that affect anything? Because it's frozen when it's coming in, then we unfreeze and we dump it, and then we try to make it move. Applies position impulse to the body. Impulse is time independent. Applying the impulse every frame would result in a frame rate dependent force. For this reason, it should be only used to simulate one-time impacts. I thought I was. Position is the offset from the body origin in the global coordinates. I'm like, cool. I don't understand, man. Ah. Was it that simple? We'll soon find out. Come on, present. Do something. Nope, that's fuck all. Why do you do fuck all, though? That is weird, because we do freeze falls, and then you should... Okay, now you should be just a normal rigid body 2D. We'll check inside here, right? Because we reparent. Then we call eject. And why are you like this? Alright, now we're gonna spend the rest of the time we have left to try to figure out how these things are supposed to work. As we usually do, if we encounter something we haven't really seen before, and it's something that is so obvious, everyone keeps like, just do the thing. And I'm like, cool, but that's the thing you're telling me to do is like, hey, drive it like a car. I'm like, neat, but I don't want to throw it like a rock, though. And it should be able to do that, but for whatever reason, it just fucking won't. Alright. Sure shit ain't helping. Alright. Let's have a closer look at the, for example, set the initial location of the method provided by Node 3D node such that it sets global transform. We'll look at. Or these methods cannot be called every frame, or the physics engine will not be able to correctly simulate the body's state. As an example, consider a rigid body that wants to rotate so that it points towards another object. A common mistake when implementing this kind of behavior is to use a look at every frame. It breaks the physics simulation. Below will demonstrate how to implement it correctly. The fact that you can't use set global transform or look at methods doesn't mean you can't have full control of a rigid body. Instead, you can control it by using integrate forces, which I tried to find but didn't exist. The callback in this method, you can add forces, apply impulses, or set the velocity in order to achieve any movement you desire. Directed above, using the Node 3D's look at method can't be used each frame to follow a target. Here's a custom look at method called look follow. I'll work with rigid bodies. Current transform basis for normalized. Target position, current transform origin, normalized. Target direction, forward direction, local speed. Forward direction dots. Yeah, okay. If forward direction dot target is greater than state angular velocity. Okay. There you go. Call during the physics processing allows you to read and safely modify the simulation state for the object. By default is called before the standard force integration. The custom integrated property allows you to disable the standard force integration and do fully custom force integration for a body. Add constant central force, add constant force, add constant torque, apply. Pixels per second can be used sporadically. Constant force, center of mass, scan, sleep, angular velocity. Duration, sleeping state changed. All signals. Hello there, Carpet Thighs. Hope you're doing well. We're trying to figure out how to make a present get launched. It's not working well so far. Doesn't want to behave. It's being all naughty. So here we do then state dot apply impulse vector 2. Right. And this is exactly what you're not supposed to do, which is call it every frame, but we're going to do it now. And it achieved nothing. The present should be shooting out the tube. Why the present no shoot? That's because it can't do it itself for some reason. The order here matters. Why is right a weird one here? See, up it freaking launched. It was sent to the right. The 1000 launched it that hard. I'm a 500. And if I hashtag you out with the present itself, comment out that nonsense. Freeze falls by impulse times 500. Okay. Suddenly shit's kind of working. I don't know what I did different. But I shan't question it. Okay, flipper. When flipper, you do bar. Target. Type node. And flipper node. On body entered. Jump into present. Groups. Present. If body dot is underscore in underscore group come on, use in group present, then target equals present. Then we got the flipper node signal body exited. If and target equals body, then target equals no. Target equals not the present, but the body. There we go. And flipper. If target does not equal null, target dot apply underscore impulse vector 2 dot up times 200. Save all our wonderful changes. Jump into level here. We have 6. Knowing that I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out why the thing didn't want to work, and then it just decided to start working. Oh, and also, we go to 2D. Your static body, inspector, collision. Actually, we'll remove you completely. There we go. And you shouldn't be being an actual, like, physical thing at all. God dang. A rigid body 2D, right? Alright then. The flipper, if on body entered, print, body entered, present entered. Wrong one. So it did work. Top 600. Level 2D. Back a little bit so there's a time for them to do the stuff and not to react. There we go. Presents come. Angle's correct. Look at the level, the SAC, PG, and the skip should also be here at the front. Now, inside a level, we'll have to add a child node, which is a timer. We'll do what? Spawn timer. Hello there, Games Wins. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around. Today has been a fun day of learning once again. It will be a one shot with a timeout where it just maybe we do a global. Yeah. For now we'll hang it. No, wait. Let's just be proper here. Project settings, globals. How are we doing, Games Wins? Hope you're having a nice day. We are making our... I'll be the generic one. There we go. There we go. Okay, thank you. Hey, glad to hear it. I'm doing pretty well. The game is coming along okay. It's a super simple one, but already we've encountered quite a few unexpected complications, but we've gone past those, and I'm learning. Slowly but surely, I am learning. Now inside global, you gotta open it up first so we can have a variable here for spawn present underscore spawn underscore speed. That is a float equals 1.0 to begin with. Var no const default spawn speed. We've already unlocked the super fuel NOS. No, I haven't done any, mixed any of those. I just have normal fuel so far in my in Stationeers. I think NOS is 50-50 volatiles, NOS and stuff, so we'll get to that eventually. For now, let's just get stuff to work, and after we're done with the game debbing, then we're gonna do some in-game coding on that one and try to get the automation of the farming working, because I got the roof frames pulled out. And we're gonna work with the plants to like grow, harvest them, and then rebuild the entire thing. We're gonna have to move the table and stuff away from there. I was thinking I'd probably put those. Yeah, I need to make some doors and then deal with the space we have that's been like planned to be the sort of residential area. Very difficult conservation. Yeah. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. Now, default spawn speed, then we can have a reset for resetting the spawn speed. Now, we will then have a var here. We don't need any of these because this is global. And what else do we need? We need a variable for present underscore move underscore speed. There we go. Both can be 1.0 for now. Make the level. And when it's ready, you do start. No. It's spawn timer dot start global present spawn speed. On spawn timer timeout, we spawn present. And we restart the clock. That way, when anything changes the clock speed, we should be getting more. F6 into level, we see how that works out. So, now we got presents coming in. If we do nothing, they should, fly into the Santa sack. I thought I moved the skip. Okay, it's kind of funny that I was able to make that one get stuck there. Well, so far they're disappearing into the sack just fine, but the skip isn't working. Why not? I thought I moved the skip. And we save. Try again. It's working. Now we just need to, have different kinds of colors of... Yeah, because the idea was they would be like presents and trash. And we're trying to like separate the trash from the proper treasure for Santa Claus. Now, the present here. Variable. We'll do wrapper color. Cast that into a color. And then we'll need the same one over the ribbon. And wrapper color takes the value of blue color. Takes the value of new color. Because then we can set them from outside. Process here does fuck all. Delta can be underscored away. The eject is working pretty well. What if we just eat it a tiny bit bigger from 600 to 650? They're getting spawned in. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of a polygon change here. Where I'll do that. So hopefully now they should be sliding into the sack if they don't go fully in the skip. Very simple game. Interesting enough to make. Right. Now we need the present generation to come in different kinds of colors. And that's why we added the variables in there so that the presents would know their own color, and that way we can then detect whether or not the correct kind of present went in the correct receptacle. We can have the present randomize the color, or we do it from somewhere else. Maybe the presidents don't care. Now, I have a plan. It would make more sense if we have that one actually inside the global, because that way we do randomized present color. And output is a color info. We do variable, new color. Might I write the script? Or for this one? Because it's a game jam. I'm doing a 3-hour game jam. That was the music here is the... Sorry, wrong one. The mixtape we have 22 minutes on us. The Game Jam theme is Santa's Gift Management. So this is how much I got done in so far in 2.5 hours. I do this every Sunday. It's every weekend. There's the Trijam event happens, and you have 3 hours to make a game, and I do mine on Sundays on stream here from beginning to end. So new color for the present node. No outputs. So we give it the present and it changes the colors there. So new wrapper color and type color. So how do we most sensibly randomize the color situation here? So we have, because I would like them to be within a certain palette. And we could, of course, just, pre-make the palette and we just randomly choose a selection from there. Maybe Godot has something like that. But there's a lot of pre-made ones. Sure. Yeah. We just make it by hand. Much easier that way. Here we go. Go to global. Var. Color underscore R type array equals color yellow, color red, color sky blue, color what would be different enough from those then? A dark orchid, maybe. There we go. Color R dots. There's the pick random. And then we do present dot set underscore wrapper. Did I go with American or British? American equals. So actually we'll do this one. And present set ribbon. Set ribbon color the same one while present dot ribbon color same as present dot wrapper color. Do that. Yeah, set the values there. Because we give it a color, and we do that. And we do bar for target color of type color. Do that. And then here as well, while present dot wrapper underscore color are the same as target color. Keep on randomizing. Because this is when it's not the target. We will just randomizing one. And we don't want to randomizably accidentally do put in one of the targets. There. We do level. We do spawn a present. We do global randomized present color new present. So now when we see, we're getting all kinds of presents of various colors. Works for me. And we do if random range between random integer in the range of 0 to 5 less than 2. Let's do that shit. New present. Right. We do func present target color shit. Like in the last song now, where this was never used. wrapper color is target color and there. Present. Present target color, cool. Save. Global dot present target color new present. Save. F6. Now there's chance for these magenta ones, and they're bad. That's a lot of magenta ones. All right. And inside global, we'll have a func set new target. Target, come on. Come on, set new targets. No inputs. No outputs. Where target color equals color array dot pick random. Save. Jump into level. Add audio. Hey, no hypocrisy over the YouTube side, but this making a game. Yep, it is my weekly game jam. Happens on Sundays, where we take part in the Trijam. Yeah, but it's a 3-hour game jam. Happens every weekend. Community votes on a theme, and then when you have your chance, when you find time during the weekend, you can book yourself 3 hours to make a game. I make mine on Sundays like this. And I use as a timer the official, unofficial Trijam mixtape 3-hour timer, and we got less than 10 minutes left to go. And I'm making a very simple, silly game about sorting presents, because that was the theme was Santa's gift management. Where's my... There it is. Yeah, we don't need that one. And we do set new target. Func reset. Set new target. And spawn speed equals default spawn speed. There, we still don't have anything that's actually changing the move speed or anything. Well, let's try here. Func. Increase difficulty. Where present spawn speed times equals 0.8. Move speed times equals 1.2. Nice and simple. Reset. Press the move speed. F6 in here. Wrong scene. Back into here. We have some music and sound effects chosen. We'll see if... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Five more minutes remaining.
Now, 0.2. Sorry about that. Right again. So, game starts. The idea is to then identify the bad ones and throw them in the skip and let the rest go into Santa's pouch here. We go overtime once more. That sadly happened. Alright, let's go here. We're gonna need to add some UI elements now, aren't we? Jump in here, add a paddle. We'll do F2. Target info. And I'll put you there. Add child. Label. Add presents, have this color wrapper. And let's copy. Now we should be able to look at this one theme override. Quick load. And text being sort of there, constant, nope, font size. There we go. Jump into level. Bad present, this color wrapper. Excellent. And there we go, theme override. font. We have the font size of 25. Hey, doing Rich. And be Buzz, how you doing? Not seeing you around, friendo. I'm about to run out of time, as we do. Well, text looks good. Got no way to count that shit just yet. YouTube, don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you make me have freaking copyright strikes. I don't like it when it does that for me. Very rude. That's the wrong one, and... because now we're counting how long we go overtime. You can see, mechanically shit works. The problem is, we're not really counting anything. Let's see, this one will now need a node. There goes static body. No, trash target. Body entered. Connect the level. On trash, target, and body entered. On trash, target, port, body entered. Well, it can only be present. So we will see if body dot wrapper color is the same as global dot target color, then global dot add trash score. Go to global here quickly. We'll do a couple of variables here. We'll do var for correct trash int equals 0. Var. Should we just call it like wrong sorting, perhaps? Correct present int equals 0. I decided to forget about voxel blocky games. I'm extensively planning and designing a dungeon exploration puzzle game in writing. Hey, cool, nice. And that is always the best way, in my opinion, to do your game deving in the beginning, is just writing, plan it all out. Game design documents, in whatever form they take, be they like PowerPoint presentations or lots of writing, thought idea maps, thought maps, I don't know, creative art, expressive dance, I don't care. Just expressive, find a way to document it in a way that makes sense to you and then will help you think through the entire process of what you're making, rather than focus on I want to make a block game, so I'm going to make a block game. Then you focus on all the block logic, and then in the end you realize, I can make the blocks, but what's the game actually? What's it all about? Because you can get so lost in details and spend a lot of time, and then it can be really demoralizing when you suddenly find yourself absolutely stuck. Making voxels is not that easy, to be honest. Ooh, I can believe that, Miniomi. Well, how are you doing there? Hope you're doing well, my friend. And then we'll have a variable for incorrect trash int equals 0. There we go. And inside reset, we'll also have correct trash, takes the value of 0. Incorrect trash equals 0. Correct present equals 0. And incorrect presents equals 0. Then we'd want the global to deal with these, so we'd have a func for add trash core. Because voxel means 3D pixel art, basically. Pixel, yeah. Good, how about you? Hey, doing good. At least I think that's what that means, but it might be wrong. As far as I know, yeah, voxels usually is that stuff. I looked up some videos on YouTube and found a good channel that discussed the level design and level design philosophy. Nice. Level design is absolutely, it's a important and difficult skill. It is an entire profession. We'll do add present score. Funk. Add hidden. Yeah, as a game developer works. At least you'll have ideas. Yeah, man. Gotta keep on going. Gotta keep on doing shit. See, I'm having multiple difficult scores because I just want to be able to show that how many you got correct, how many you got wrong, and then, we'll calculate from there. And you should, in fact, just be reset func reset underscore score. Because the idea was for them to have increased difficulty as levels go on. True reset then has reset score in it as well. Or we can do reset score without that one. A game dev involves abandoning ideas a lot. Yeah, I mean, I've done the same thing, and that's why I like doing these game jams, because it's only 3 hours. We don't have that much time to make it, but you also don't have that much time to abandon that idea. So I keep on doing at least something, and I keep on getting good practice, in my opinion. So. And every now and then, I try to do something new, or I try to do something that I thought I knew how to do, but turns out I didn't. And practice teaches us a lot. I'm not supposed to be doing this at all. I'm going to leave you there and then go back to this thing. So we have things to increase the score. Let's go to level and have a look at this thing. Then we're going to add a couple of more panels. One for the sack. I'm gonna be I'm gonna eat. Hopefully my internet won't mess things up since I'll be lurking. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Minyomi. Thanks for saying hi, and I hope you have a most delicious meal. And thank you for the lurks. I do appreciate it. I think it'd be fun if we just have a separate big panel here for correctly sorted presents, incorrectly sorted presents, correctly sorted trash, incorrectly sorted trash. There we go. Here we go. Now we should use the existing panels because they work just fine. Got a scoreboard. And it'll just be easiest if we do a VBox container. Fill up the entire panel. Add child node. Label. Label. We'll do come on now. And we would have incorrect presence. I think a short, simple game is a good practice, I suppose. Yeah. And also because it forces me to think about what exactly is the core concept I'm working with here. You know, like, am I? Because it's very easy to let your thoughts, like you said, like you're making like dungeon delving games. We're gonna do this and that's gonna be so amazing, and then everything balloons. In this, I keep on having to think about what is the very core concept of this very simple game. Like this one, we're just sorting two things, and then how do I make even that work? And that can take surprisingly a long amount of time. Then we can do theme override, font, quick load. Because here as well, I lost a lot of time by just getting carried away and like trying to figure out how to design my trash bag, my sack of presents from good old Santa Claus, and how do I design my freaking presents? Easier to like just. Hey, there we go. When I'm seeing around, I'm developing my creative process for designing games. It's quite messy. I think it's kind of like writing. Yeah, it is, and that's the thing. My graphical, my DDDs. When I start here, I just know do it all live. It's just. I draw things out, and so this one was very visual. I very quickly came up with the idea and decided, we're going with this. Then I started like, what kind of scenes do I need, and everything is, and just do it live. It doesn't need to be a nice, clean process. It needs to be nice and clean, and understandable if you ever want to work with anyone else, because you have to be able to explain your ideas. And also, it will help you. Oh, right, I forgot to do the thing. Turn it off. There we go. And for here, we want these to be slightly more spaced, so... if we make y'all expand... there we go. There we go. Oh well, we'll live with it. Can I post my Christmas postal card? It's a minigame. And when people write stories, they either just start writing or they start from a plan. I'm a planner. Yeah, that's true. There's I think Earl Neil Gaiman mentioned about how some writers are like architects. You know, they have a plan, they have a structure, they design that, and they know what they're going for and how to build it. There's a very logical manner. And some are like gardeners. They write all these massive things like from here, so a little bit there, a little bit here, and so on. And then they end up with a giant mess that you then have to prune down, cut off bits and pieces until you get this nice sort of, manicured hedge that makes sense. So that's an interesting one. And yes, of course, feel free to share your postcard thing. We'll have a look at it once we're done with this one, though. Anyways, okay. Actually, you know what? Let's go here. Let's do it now. We're gonna pause this one. And we'll see. Hopefully it's not too loud. It's very simple. Hey, so it's everything I make. It's fine. Taking a bit to load. There we go. How to play. Hold the left mouse button. Start charging your throw. Pull left. The farther you pull, the stronger the throw. Going ready. The decoration flies towards the tree. Mad Fox Labs wish you a Merry Christmas. Decorate your Christmas tree, throw decorations. Oh. Oh, again. Oof. One, got it at the top. Noise. That's a lovely one. That's a nice, cute game. Have that too? Gardening architect thing, yeah. Devil doing writing, yeah, nice. Hey, plopped it all the way to the top there. That's a lovely one. It's a very fun one. Neat game, yeah. That's a fun. Well done, Ergibt. This is a super fun one, nice and simple one. I wish I would have done something slightly simpler. Oh well, let's finish this nonsense I made. Jump into the script here, and level process here is saying dot text equals and followed by a new line plus stringify value from global correct present. Correct trash. Going to launch a star at the top. Yeah. Simplified that. Maybe it'll make it for a higher difficulty level. For the Christmas tree further away. Yeah. Incorrect present, incorrect present, incorrect trash, incorrect, correct. Well, hopefully that'll kind of follow now. Shave. If body wrapper color equals target color, add trash score. Else global add incorrect trash score. Body wrapper color equals the target color. Global add incorrect present score. Else global dot add present score. Hey, welcome back, Mini-Me. Hope you had good food. Ooh. In an active property or key wrapper color on the base object type static body 2D. Of course. So, if body dot is underscore in underscore group present. And we try it again. Oh no. Ah. Fuck. Nope. Wrong way around. Ah, fuck. Well, game works. We got a scoring system now and everything. Hey. Really good first game, simple game design. Thank you, Miniomi. My level design carries the game, though. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Could we finish it? But it means it's good, right? Good, right? To the point I can't eat all of it. Yeah, that is pretty good. When you, and also, that means you got leftovers of food. It's always nice. And the game I am designing now has a very simple premise. You come to the dungeon to defeat the evil wizard. You like it? Yeah. Level design carries the game. I mean, for dungeon gaming, yeah, the dungeon design usually is one of the main goals there. And then it's just, simple mechanics. I mean, every dungeon game is usually, at its core, dungeon crawler. But it's a very popular genre. Doesn't make it, simple per se. There's a lot of complexity you can add to it. Now, plenty of time to see the presents, even though you're there moving quick. Yeah. So then we might skip the whole making the game more difficult part. We'll just work with this. We'll have to add a new timer, which will be simply called the level timer. 1 shot, wait time. Something. As a node, timeout, go. And global level end. And to figure that one out. Now, there we go. 120 for now. Start. Global leveling. There we go. And with the level ends, we do a get 3 dots of equals true, and no, not a panel.
Stop shrimping Streamer Man.
Oh, shit. Thank you, Anthai. Hope you're doing well.
Stretch up Hanu.
There we go. Hope you're doing well, in fact. Nice to see you around. Oh, the flipper. Hide that one for a little bit so we can see the color properly. I think I want you to be
Looking
like
a little
that.
dry there.
Thank you, Miniomi, for that hydrate. I do appreciate it. Working on the car. Hopefully this time it's going to end up okay. Ooh, I know that feeling. Took me months to get all the repairs. Small as they were, simple as they were, but all the stuff done to get my own car. I'm back on the road. I to make it street legal so I could like pass inspection. But in the end it worked out. Eventually. Start. And let's see here. Do. Now the label here does. No, the label does say start. The label says Gord Humbug. And button says start. And the panel. There you go. There we go. Now the inspection in a week, pretty much. And being the fact that I had to replace the whole engine in Germany. Oh, that's right. They also had told me the one injector is not okay. And while I was in the UK, my father replaced that injector. When I got back, I registered it in the car's computer, and that's where it went downhill. Oh man. The adventures of the mystery car. Good old imports. Never go wrong, eh? And after that injector was registered and technically managed, as it should by the ECU, it was pumping too much diesel and it broke the fuel line and brackets. I got new ones and replaced said parts. It broke those as well. Now I'm putting the original defective one back in. Amazing. That sucks, man. It really does. That really does sound like a whole bunch of bullshit. Now wait, let's see here. Now if I want the they both take more space than the button. you know, it's fine. Okay, look see here. We have the fonts, font sizes, colors, add a shadow to it. There we go. So slightly more legible. And the button might as well says try again. We jump into the script here. So, on panel,
Greetings
process.
to the excellent son of Hanu.
Well, greetings to you, Oshag. Hope you're doing well. I'll see you around. Go and do play games. See you later. Hey, thanks for hanging out, me, Naomi. I do appreciate it. Hope to see you around. Hopefully it won't take me too long to get this nonsense fixed. Panel dot visible equals false, and get underscore tree dot paused equals false. Global dot reset. There we go. Level ends is equals true. Game paused. Visible true. Text equals Brother Chug. How are the oats today? Brother, gonna have some oats. This new line, followed by get present core score plus new line sorted trash and you return correct present minus incorrect present. trash score. Correct trash minus incorrect trash. I'm doing this whole bullshit in such an annoyingly convoluted way. And F5 into here. Select current. Now. Now the timer should be visible for the level. Oh, incorrect trash is going up. Not supposed to. That is correct trash. Why are you doing that? Also. So we target info. Down left on shift. Theme override, fonts.
Having a break soon?
Yeah. Kinda have to. We got time left on shift. Bad color wrappers. Shift clock. Panel. Shift clock. Let's jump in the script and where the frickety frack is that process. No, fuck it. As I process, we do shift clock dot text equals time left on shift. New line plus stringify level timer dot time left and we do it with and percentage points to F $dun F6 into the level. Point 1. Thank you. So time left on shift. Shift clock. Okay, all these numbers are going up when they shouldn't. Let's see. On present zone, body entered, body don't do. Trash, if body's in group, that one. If body wrapper color equals body occur, add trash, incorrect trash score, incorrect present score, add present score. Incorrect trash plus equals 1, correct. I've got something very important here. And then body dot Q3. On trash target body entered. So throw the green ones in the bin. Change that one. Bug squashing time. I've been dealing with those. Sort the presents -1. Sort the trash 3. Try again. You know, it's kind of gibberishy. And of course, then try again. When we look at level, we push the unbutton pressed panel visible false, get 3 false to 2. And do we have and to path dot get underscore children. We do a for child dot Q3. Break out the raid. Raid bug spray. Oh. Yeah. Two and 2. Click on try again and almost. Now we do for child in present handler dot get underscore children. Do the same thing. And then do a global reset. we do level underscore music. We do the flipper. That was the correct choice. Incorrect choice, and level start. There we go. Now level music. We can quick load. Acquire the chart. That works for me. Also in global, let's change that one back from 12. 2 minutes was maybe a bit long, so 60 seconds. Seems like a decent level. Need to find some good videos on general game design too. Yeah. There's a lot of assets out there, a lot of things to find. I've come to the conclusion that, you know, you can only learn so much from the videos. In the end, I've been learning very much about just doing it. Making silly things. Some of them work, some of them don't. Now click load. Flipper. You with that one. Now I do believe a little wild. So between 1.8 and 1.5, I think. Yeah. There we go. We do you get your own thing. We don't give a shit about process, and in ready, we just make sure that audio handler dot audio equals self. Okay, we'll just read, actually, yeah, it'll be fine. And we have funk, flipper sound, no input, no output. Now you do flipper dot pitch scale equals rand f in range. That's 1.5 to 1.8 followed by flipper dot play. Sound. We're gonna end there. Then we do func correct choice sound. Where dot pitch scale equals rand f range what? One and 1.4. So 1.0 and 1.4. If there's some things that can be picked up for more experienced game devs, it might take a while to figure out. Oh, absolutely. Yes. I'm not saying like don't watch videos. I'm saying like also there's a trap there in watching too many videos and doing too many tutorials of just spinning in a circle. Yeah, like you're learning a lot of stuff, yes. But at some point, you gotta start making things too. No matter how crappy or simple and small, just making things will give you the best sort of hands-on experience. So a combination of the two is the way to go, in my opinion. Endlessly watching videos does no good. You gotta get your hands dirty. Exactly. Followed by correct choice, play. And then we do func. Incorrect choice sound void where incorrect choice dot pitch scale equals rand f range. Either wrong choice. Choice wrong. .8 to 1.2 followed by incorrect choice. Play. Func level start sound void where level start yeah, works for me. Level start dot play. Needs the videos how to use MIDI for digital music. Yeah, that'd be really cool to learn one day. Need one more. Which is level end. Quick load. Funk. Level end. Sound. Void. Level. Level end. Pitch scale equals. Not shit. Level end. Play. Now. Var. Audio. Node. So we just do that. There's probably a better way to do this. But guess what? Yes, it might be stupid, but it'll still work, which is all that matters in the end. Especially because we're already over time. There we go. Theoretical knowledge and practical experience. Yeah, theoretical knowledge can help, but practical experience will help you understand better. Absolutely. Like in Zomboid, you read a book and get a boost to experience gain. You still have to do the work. Yep, I like that system. So now we should be able to play audio by using audio handler, but that is, so long as we have the audio scene in the scene, but that is why we doing things in this awkward, silly fashion. So we can have at least one the audio scene in there. Now look at level code. And we do audio. No, I mean audio handler dot level start sound. I'm gonna copy that. There. Then level end sound. Oh, by the way, audio process always. Oh. There we go. There we go. And trash target body, and if body is impressed, if global weapon equals, add trash score. There we go. We do audio handler, flipper sound. Level end, so level end sound, we have a start level start sound, and jump in the game, see what happens. No. Not sure what I feel about this music though. Yeah, we're gonna choose a different one of those different music though. 100%. Because we can see how many was correct and incorrect, and then we math them together here. Oh, time on shift. Gets all fucked. Excellent. Good thing we checked. So, time on shift. And then we do this guy. There we go. So now that's there. We can look at the audio, level music. Quick load. Was this one better? Yes, it was. There we go. And with that, the bullshit game is finally done. We only went, whoa, an entire hour over the 3 hours. Oh my god, it's almost, Jesus fucking, I mean, frickety frack. Oh no. Okay, cool. I'll be having a small break soon after this one, then we'll, before we switch over to the other one, to the stationeering. For now, here, have some chill hoppy tunes while I upload the game. Now, first things first, of course, you know, everything is saved, everything is A-okay. We click on the export button. We make sure it's a web format because it needs to be playable there. Export path. Well, you can choose this one. Create a new folder. Web. And then the file will be called index.html because that is what. There you go. What they want. Because also once we go here, or we just export it, we right click, add to archive, make it a zip file, because that is, again, what they want. Now that thing can be uploaded. We'll need one more thing here. Right, give me a quick sec. There we go, sorry. Right. Where was I? Right. The good thing is, it'll look better, sound better online. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do like sound settings properly one of these days. 350 is no, 351 is yes. There, now we have a screenshot. There we go. Title was no. Sorter Town 3000. I know sorty boys. Present sorter. There we go. I throw them out. Sufficient game, kind of project is an HTML. Prototype, no payments. Upload the file, 351. Web and the zip file. Number 648. We'll play it in the browser. We'll do Trijam. Number 351. Submission. Theme. Sans gift management. Dev time 4H and 6 minutes. Bad presents have made their way through the production line. Gotta sort them out before they end up in Santa's sack. Get their way through the production line. And gotta sort them out before they end up in Santa's sack. Exclamation point. Controls. Press space to use flipper to throw bad present away. And then music. There you go. And SFX was oh yeah, wrong one. I don't okay. You gotta see. Oh my god. Recently uploaded, and these all is like randomly here. Jesus. Who would do such a thing? Such a monstrous. Heat choke. There we go. Using an SFX out from those, and yeah. That is in the end all we used. Tags. Trijam. No AI. Save and view. Trijam 351 submission. Themes. Santa's gift management. Dev time 4 hours 6 minutes. Matt President made their way through the production line. Gotta sort them out before they end up in Santa's sack. Controls plus space to use flipper to throw a bad person away. Using an SFX. Oh. Very confusing with so many music on at the same time. Just make sure that does it really still work the way it's supposed to. Go on, got a few more seconds left at this level. 1724, noise. Yep. Now the colors have changed too. Yeah. Heck, g'day, man. Shit works. Click on it on the public. There we go. Now it is properly and officially has been launched. Then we go here, we reload this one. Submit your project. Not barely made it this time. Now it was. Present sorter. Uh, 4H, 6 min. Nice. And the sorter. Someone just made Freaking soap hero. Cool. So, a lot of actually much better looking games. But I really do need to now have a little break. So, I'm gonna put on the BRB. Changing this one actually. Or not. There we go, now we got a BRB that actually works. Neat. Yeah, I'll leave you with these chilly hoppy tunes. And I'll go and take care of business and I'll be right back. Then we'll be jumping back into Stationeers and doing probably some more coding. But inside a very different space. Alright, see you soon. Hello, I returned, and now let us see about getting those category changed. Ooh. Glad to be back, discount. That got done. Don't need to save this one. That's large stationeers. There we go. Ooh. Now let's see. Change the name. There. done. Amy's. Whoop. There we go. Don't touch it. Oh no. I'm afraid to finish loading me in. And then I think we'll be enjoying some Dwarf Fortress soundtrack, I think, yes. It's a nice one. Now, we're going to be looking into, making a bit of code in the game as well. And if I understood it correctly now, we can batch load devices into an integrated chip's code without using the device inputs. Because I was under the impression the device inputs were mandatory. Or is the idea that if you use name hashes and things, one input can handle everything with that name hash? Well, we're gonna find out now, aren't we? I do like this concept image. Okay, these gun things make me look like, okay, you've been thinking about, you can have like player violence or something. But being able to build something like this, as a dude, that would be cool. Unit batch, and batch needs skipping and device interaction. With mentioning that correct, I'm assuming that my latter sort of point there was the correct one. And we'll be shuffling and repeating ourselves through this lovely, lovely soundtrack. I need to buy more soundtracks. Okay, so these are almost all pretty much in seeding stage already. I got one of these like that I just plugged in and I just pushed buttons and I was like, oh cool, neat. And so we're gonna have Harveys over these. Once we get these guys hooked up. Makes much for plug and play code then you can slot in and out and just work with the next to no config. Yeah. So you're saying like, okay, so you're saying that I can use, as long as I name everything, then I can batch load whatever is in the network as long as I've named it correctly, rather than using the device inputs. Or do I still have to use the device inputs, but I just name all things individually? Like I make like farming set. For example, I name this one farming set and then a Harvey farming set. There's two options there, both batch and batch named. Yeah. Because there's the hash that recognizes the device, and then we can use a hash that is a name. So the name, for example, for a set would include both the... Oh, he's hooked. Oh yeah, no hypocrites, I'm absolutely hooked. So... Because if I make a set of like a hydroponics tray and a Harvey, they both have the same name, then I can identify which part of the set I want to look at by calling them by the device hash, for example. And that means I don't have to do anything with the screws, right? Because when I do the load, it'll just load it because of the cables. Hopefully. I'm wearing a suit. My dude is fed. And we have a few Harveys here. Do we have cable? We can vent some waste gas into here. I made some more containers inside containers kind of situations. 17 cable coils. We're gonna need more cable coils. Tray info comes from the Larry. Yeah, but I don't have a Larry just yet. And with batch, you need to consider how many of those devices might be on the same network. But a batch name is a little safer, as you need to name it correctly. And yeah, both of these methods, you need no screw messing about. Oh, awesome. That is just the screw bit that was, well, screwing with me. And it'll be okay because all of this is behind an APC. So I know exactly what's here. And right. In order to make this work, these are going to take a lot more space, which means I need to move this process elsewhere. So let's start by making more space in here, by making the sort of place that's going to be our hab. Which is designed, meant to be up here. So we'll need a light, 2 doors, and pretty much move the fridge completely as is here. Yeah. Need iron and copper. Gonna have to go mining soon. In the meantime, perfect. When we need 2, 4. Yeah, I can leave you on for a while. Now, electrical guy. Wow. Really am low on copper. Oh, yeah, mid cable, which also. Oh, god dang it. So. Up. There we go. I feel like I haven't been that much in this general direction. So hopefully there'll be some more minables. Battery ain't perfect, but it'll do for now. Dang. None of that copper. Anywhere abouts. Okay. Alright, cool. Would be nice, but no. Gonna need more yeah, you just like smelted the last of our iron, so let's grab a little bit anyway. Because we can. Yeah, they won't have to do the whole hash naming and things. Yeah, because the naming things into sets seems like the more sensible way, because that way I can load all. I know what I named the sets, and then the set can include multiple devices, and that way we can use a device hash to recognize which part of the set we want to interact with. Because otherwise, if we just device, load up all the devices, well, now we can get their, like, average informations and whatnots. And, I might not want that. I want a specific one. So if it's part of a hash, half of a set, well, that'll make life easier. So we're going to use the set logic for, because currently a cooling system, yeah, I would want to use the same logic for that one to control the valves. It'll save us some time, space, but, it works. So we're not going to touch it now. I'm going to focus on instead doing something new rather than just keeping on working on the old stuff. Okay, the old stuff still kind of works. No, it does not even kind of works. It just straight up works. It's just slightly less elegant than I might want it to be. And we'll make it nicer later on. Outpost, yeah, we'll get there. But first we want automated farming. And then automated cooking, and then, the whole canning process. And all in due time. And then outpost, yeah, the first outpost will be a combination deep miner and solar array, because I went to the side of the base, had a little bit of a look-see around, and I saw that the deep ore there was gold. And I was thinking, okay, cool, I can work with that. Well, I think it was 0.3 gold, so like, I don't know if that's good. That should be enough to, get the job done. And then we'll probably put some wind turbines on top of the mountain. I don't know if that matters. But once the side of it, we'll build a sort of tiered solar panel array as well and build walls around that bad boy. That as well. It's gonna need iron. It's gonna need steel. But I do believe I have some carbon at the ready, so I'm gonna do this one first. And put for material first, to be honest. Only need about 12 trays, really. Yeah. For the food thing, yeah. Possibly. But I want to automate the farming. Like, I don't have that many trays. I don't have that many Harveys either, so it's fine. It's not gonna go that nuts with it. At least I'll have it done, and then I'll have the code done, and then it'll be easier to expand from that, when necessary. Because I can imagine that the outpost will also end up becoming a relatively large, long-term project eventually. So, that's why I also want to make sure that then food production is something I don't have to worry about at all. While I then focus on, getting carried away with, deep mining, building outposts, all that jazz. I can just have a bunch of canned French fries everywhere. And then eventually I'll need to, do some more, like, alloy making, so I can make those super fancy goggles that I can put chips in so I can see through walls and shit. That's a lot of coal here. Oh, and some gold as well now. Again, none of this is copper. But, we go where the vein takes us, don't we? That is the way of the miner. The way of the dwarf. The hard sword is also a good thing to aim for. That is very true. That is also another one of the things I want. And I have a couple of advanced alloys made, but not all I need. I think I have what I need to essentially be able to make at least one or two of the large base batteries, which will then help with the first outpost being a multi-part system, pretty much. It'll be power production and deep mining. And the deep mining and the ore processing will probably happen then on-site using electrical centrifuges. I'm going to probably base a lot of that on the code snippets that Bela and Elamaine shared on the Discord. And see if I can, how much of that I can interpret and turn into my own. The ore scanner for Lens is game changer. Still outpost and mining. Oh yeah. All in due time. Oh, good. Oh, don't throw it away. And hand mining will take me relatively far. But yeah, I'm gonna need a deep ore for copper and a deep ore for gold to begin with, just for... Well, gold is used in a lot of the electronics and copper for all that sweet, sweet cabling. And you know what? I also realized I do have a large amount of heavy cable. I guess I could just use that. And then I need to make more paint cans and all that jazz. How do I get out of here? Well, oh right, I got a miner. Oh, well, he's not okay. Again, not what we came for. But I guess I'll take it. Especially because I think I don't have any volatile ice sort of stored anywhere currently. I'm pretty sure I threw it all in the ice crusher for fuel mixture. Which is not a problem, seeing as my fuel mixture is, it works. And also, yeah, I made a bunch of, I think I made, space packs because I had the ore for those. I'm carrying with me 2 cardboard boxes. One of them then filled with space packs. And then space packs I tried to color code for the different things in them. And I should make more of them, I guess. Oh. Again, not copper, but... not like we're not gonna run out of our need. Our incessant hunger for more iron. And thanks to the fact that I have those space packs and those cardboard boxes, I can just manually put a whole bunch of multiple stacks of shit in there instead. It's gonna be a-okay. Hunger is acceptable, as is thirst. So mostly we're kind of waiting for, dawn to happen. Hey, it's happening, guys. Maybe now one of these... Oh, iron. Maybe eventually we'll get a glimpse of copper somewhere. Sorry about that. Oh, yeah. And man, I felt so dumb the other day. I spent so long trying to figure out how to use bits as flags for events, and I kept on having this really struggling with some of the logic on how do I mark things, how do I make sure only this one thing is is active and so on, because for the longest time I had this strange notion in my head that a bitwise AND will check both for if there's 2 1s, it'll turn into 1, and if there's 2 0s. But that is not the case. It's only... Hey, copper. If they're both 1. If they're not both 1, then it's a 0. Which means, yeah, I kept on like struggling with like how to get around that. The limitation was so long. Unlike pen and paper. And then I felt like a right moron, because I knew I had used bitwise logic, bitwise flags for many things back in school. I was thinking, I can't have like just so universally used this for like all my flag systems. If the logic is this like convoluted, there's something here, something very obvious that I'm missing. And yes, there was. It was the base logic of how the entire thing heckin' works. And now, open number 5, we look inside this here backpack, and I'm just gonna put some iron in here. Not the backpack, but the cardboard box. And then we'll mine some more iron. Because we found some. Yeah. That's usually my biggest issue with, coding and logic puzzles in general, is every now and then I get stuck on a notion that is so like fundamentally wrong of how something works. It's nice when the logic clicks into place in the brain. Yeah. Yes, it is. Finally. Oh, shit. Oop. Too much iron. I ain't touching that lead. Oh. There we go. Okay, now with those hard questions. Where's my house? Oh, gold and silver here. Use the kiss method. Yep. Keep it simple, stupid. That can works. Copper. Copper. Oh yeah. Location nice, yes, location iron, copper, silicone. You're set. Yeah. Now there's gold also then next to the house that is like 0.3 gold. So this one has, yeah, gold and silver, which is nice. So they will have this one for gold. Yeah, because I think this one also, yeah, has a mountain, so we'll also build another sort of outpost slash, also has the power generation. Because I think, yeah, most places it'll probably be smart to have sort of localized power generation, and then a sort of shared network for whenever they have surplus, they can share it with each other. In sort of like battery to battery kind of thing with the transformers. Then I was thinking it might be a good idea to somehow figure out a large amount of cabling just to carry then data to everywhere. So we'll have our central outpost being the main base, and from there we can then have some displays to check what are the battery situations in all the other outposts, and that way it'll be easier to identify if one of them is being extra power hungry. Was there a whole bunch of copper this close by? I guess there was. Have you seen the transmitter? I've got a power transmitter. What's a logic transmitter? And it doesn't explain anything. Both logic and power? More thinking logic? Yeah. I mean, we have the super heavy cables, so I was thinking of using those for power, transfer between places, because one of those can handle then, 10 large transformers. I'm thinking that should be enough to, make sure that if we have multiple outposts all putting out 50, a large transformer or two, then we can keep that shared sort of power network working just fine. But you can send data through the air rather than cables if you wish. Sharing the pain, transmit power or lots of cables. No thank you. One station battering sufficient power gen, not even centrifuge at base considering mixed ores. Yeah. I was thinking we'd transport then the actual centrifuge ores back to base, and that's, that happens. But okay, so we have a logic transmitter. Transmits the logic. Now, am I stupid, or does it somewhere actually tell me what the range is on this thing? Data input 1, data input 2. So 3 data inputs. And I think the logic has a range. Ah! Okay. Do I need a similar one then to also... So this transmitter, do we have a receiver? There's a power receiver, yes. But it's a logic receiver. Easy to split to silos after centrifuge at base. Fuel centrifuge is much faster, but electrical is steady. Yeah. I was thinking, I wanted to try to make the electrical systems work first. And then fuel one. We'll try different kinds of systems just to, because it'll be fun to make them. But, okay, so there's a power receiver, yes, but not for the logic one. We have slot reader. Send information to the tablets, hard suits, and itself, I think. A switch to turn from TX to RX? What's TX and RX? Okay, so the logic transmitter is also a receiver. Both 2 in 1. TX to RX. Okay, transmit to receive. Okay. I believe it's a transceiver, so just 2 of them. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. So we'll have 1 to transmit, 1 to receive, and that way, that will make the whole logic sharing a lot easier. Maybe we'll do a power thing through the microwave ones as well, just because, it'll be neat, I think, to try it all out. And the hard suit connects to a logic transmitter. Okay. Very handy. Still haven't done built the weather station or anything either. I really should. Have a display again on the wall somewhere, just telling me, you know, how far away is when's the next storm. Get a little bit of heads up. Not that they really bother me that much, because mostly they happen and I'm just like positively surprised because they just, well, they fill up the batteries now, don't they? I just saw the base, so I'm assuming it'll be this way. There it is. For example, you have a remote station. You want to know when it's full / out of power, etc. Nice way to get a heads up. Oh, absolutely. That's why I was thinking of having like cables connecting everything like underground, because underground cable connection would be cool. Just having your like maintenance tunnels. Because I want to have this one then connected to that mountain. That one has gold at 0.3. And then on the other top and other side of that mountain, we'll do a solar panel gathering outpost, and because it will also then do a deep miner, I guess. And we're gonna have to then... I'd like to see if we get to then send all that stuff like down that, either like maintenance tunnel, then back to the main base. Main base needs to be taller. We can't see it from far away enough. Needs more height. And lights on the outside. And paint. It's all grey and boring right now. Oh, buckets. I forgot I don't have the jetpack on. Easy fix. Haven't been bothered to figure out how to do a proper clock yet.
Power critical. Temperature low. Power low.
Okay. Fair enough. Gotta be someone. Well, we need a new one anyway. We'll deal with you soon enough. Hey there, Jonathan. Hope you're doing well. Heck, run shoots all the way back then too. Sheesh. Yeah, that's the plan. No hypocrisy. At least for that one close by. Then if we build things that are even further away, more crazy fun stuff. What are we doing? No one knows.
Power critical.
There we go. Just made it. It's fine. Got a little nippy is all. There we go. We do this, that. This. That. That guy's empty. 1,000 degrees Celsius, so we can probably save fuel for a little while here. So if we open up you. Yeah. One. Oh, slowly but surely. copper. I don't know, random bits of lead. Temperature a little low. Save some of that copper for mixing. There we go. Alright, got that guy's voided. Don't need input, and you'll you're actually cooling down quite a bit. I gotta get more screens and shit here. It'll be fine. Now, we added one of the copper to make normal cable, pretty much, and lights. So let's make 2 lights. I'm gonna have to make so many lights eventually. One more. So, the idea is for this place to be, like I said, a sort of residential. How should one light it up then, eh? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2. Around there is kind of halfway. Now, for me, aesthetically this makes sense, but logically I do realize it might be better to have one here. Actually, and one of those there. I don't. Yeah, we're not bringing any cables through these doors. So that'll do. I think that glass would be more fun. Might look nicer. Oh right, we need an APC. Wait, no, we don't. I have one. Make more of these instead. Open up this one. There you go. You could probably make more than one. It'll be okay. No need to rush. There. Oh, ran out of gold. Perfect. A normal cable coil again. Okay, now. Power for this area is currently coming in through... Have a closer look. Do we want to use power output? I mean, it'll be easier if we snag it from here. But I like keeping them logically separate. So for now, we're gonna make use of this guy. Use our general power. There we go. Our place is extremely slowly powering up. Well, they're doing it. And that is cable coming from here, which then... Okay, yeah, so we... From there, go to sideways, then we go up, and we will be... We go sideways, and we're inside residential. We do heavy coil. We gene with those guys, actually, and then we do a thing of... Oh. There we go, perfect. Ba-dum-bum, ba-bum-bum. Now, doing like very large cable connections. Didn't really seem like a fun idea. Oh. Ah. Yeah, this thing is also temporary. No longer really... I don't think it connects to anything. I should remove that thing completely. Now let's have a look-see here. APC. For the place. Yep, works for me. Oh, yep. There it is. Come on. The doggo having strong disapprovals. Alright, so we'll have vent the oh right. Do two of these. Two of these. Then I'll need... Only most building most of it was just insulated pipe anyway.
Hunger critical.
Aw. Shucks. Let's go. Deal with our silly little human needs. Ugh, hunger. And it wasn't until I got back in this room that I remembered what the grand goal even was. Like, ah yes, that's why we're doing all this. So we can move that table. Pretty much. Our hunger is... Current satiation is very nice. Sadly, gotta go. It's no longer nice enough. Here we go, there we go, and... Hey, you're empty. Excellent news. That means I can really remove you completely, yes? A handrail, you say? Oh. Eh. And we do number 5. We'll look in the siders. This cardboard box can hang on to that guy. Do you hear this coming with us? I don't want to just put the computer in the... just to have one. That one has my seeds. I need to paint it green. Harveys can hang out here. We'll get that entire thing, you know, when it's time. Yo, hop. There we go. Oh. There we go. Feel like it's this guy. Nope. Toss the plastic. And let's remember that I'll also then of course need console. Now, won't I? I'm probably gonna want more than one. All good thing we smelted that gold now, isn't it? Yoink. Is there any other ice hiding here somewhere? You're empty. Close that one. Yeah. Electronics guy go through a lot of gold. Advanced airlock. Ugh. Freaking spine break. And I just realized I used my last glass. No. Hey, we do actually have some. Alright, and let's open up you again. Yeah, we're linked. And input. Suck in a whole bunch of shit. Temperature's already crazy high. You get to save a lot of fuel by just pumping out really hot waste gases early enough. Almost there. Then I cut you off. And start putting that shit back in there. You ran out of iron. Good. Kinda forgot that I left you on. Oh, we only got 2. Perfect. I was kind of... Well, no, it's not perfect. I was kind of hoping for more, to be honest. And how are you looking? Turn off the ingot. The input of this, I'm pretty certain. Now, these are used for making... Oh, Jesus Christ! Okay. Oh, they stack in 5s? Good to know. And make a few more. 18 feels like an uncomfortable number. There we go. Noise and 20. So, get 1 here. Yeah, the other one was big because I kind of wanted to like try to make these LED displays and shit. The console dual, and there's console monitor. Is the console monitor like exactly the same as a normal console? It's just shaped different. I do not know, chat. Yes? Alright, good. There we go, and we open this one and the black one. Yes, perfect. Had the construction related one. The red one is supposed to have electricals. The white one has... Oh, liquids and gas. And the green one currently has fuck all. Need to make more of these and give them more. And then, of course, you know, if we make the hard suit backpacks, I think they fit more, so eventually they might replace these then. Containers in containers in containers. Ooh, green. You see, that could handle things like consoles. Yeah. Right. You went here. You do hum. Oh. They have multiple boards you can put in the to change what to do as well. Alright, how to build option is a LED readable display. Yeah, I have one here. And I'm just displaying the sun's vertical position, because apparently you don't need to see the sun. You don't get, I think, yeah, grid sunlight falls and irradiance. You don't get those information, but even the inside, you get its horizontal location, a vertical location. So this is the closest thing that I have to a clock that I made. When that number is below 90, the sun's up. I've been thinking of like coding something to have like a circle of lights. And we'll have that one like following the sun's rotation, so it'll be more like visually clear and more aesthetic for, you know, what time of day it is. We forgot the freaking sensor now, didn't we? Well, we need a bunch of these anyway. That'd be cool. Yeah. Because we could use the vertical information there. You know, we know at 0, we are at 0 and 180. That's why the switch happens. So then it'll be in the middle. That's midnight. And then, you know, we hit 90. You just go from the switch, depending which value it is. Then you have different lights are on, and especially because if you use the LED lights, because then you can choose the colors as well. So you'll have like, say, an orange one, a white one, and a yellow, white, orange. So yellow is ahead, white is where we are at now. Or even there, actually, because I don't know how much information can you give on color. How exact is it? Because that way we can have it like gradually shift even. Between lights and their colors. What am I doing? I came here for sensors. $16 colors, I think. Hey, nice. Well, then we can't make it quite as intriguing. Maybe we can make it somewhat nice. Oh.
Power low.
And at some point I'm gonna have to make some like proper, you know, slightly more advanced airlocks. Especially with the whole... Yeah, we'll have multiple... We'll have to have multiple gas sensors, and then on the inside and then on both sides of the door, and it'll detect if you're not wearing a suit, is the atmosphere on the other side of this door that's like safe to be in. Because I do believe that is stuff we can do now. You know what? You can live here for now. No, actually you can't. You need to go inside the green one. So this will be then quote-unquote logic-ish stuff. This one just has stuff. Yeah. For sure, you can do that. Yeah. I think the suit sensors, I mean the sensors being able to detect whether or not you are in a suit is like post-update. So that was, in my opinion at least, mentioned in like the in the update info. Now let's see if we pull in. There we go. Just like I know that there's these sort of powered vents that are like way more efficient than these little auto vents. God damn it. Oh. There we go. But I realized, wait, I'm having ideas. And I remembered, wait, no, this is not the place. Ah. Well, that's handy then. We have been saved from ourselves. It'd be interesting to know, like, do the lights have any difference other than aesthetic? Like the long and wide and so on. Are they all the same in the end? Because I do believe the long angled, because there's the curved wall that has like a slot for an angled light, and I think these look fun. And they look like they would be good for those. Okay, yeah, so that one illuminates this half of the room just quite well, actually. Then I'm wondering, like, if we would have one here, or then one here and one here. Smaller ones disperse a little less light, and they consume different amount of power. Oh! Fair enough. In hindsight, it should be pretty logical. But again, it's one of those things where it's not immediately obvious, and therefore my brain goes like, no, it's not there. Now, we'll put the other light in here. And there. Because I'm also thinking about putting up, because there's the battery powered lights, right? And in various places I was thinking I would like to have one of those and a logical controller. And they'll have to have the same freaking logic control everywhere unless I put those on their own separate grid, because it'll be just fun to see if we can make an actual proper emergency lighting system where in case of power outage the battery won't turn on. But then again, it'll be probably better if we just have them be like in the production floor. We'll have mostly those in use. And then like in case of power loss, they'll change color, because I think that would also be thematically fitting. But to be honest, 90% of cases, it's kind of aesthetics. Yeah, that's what I was kind of assuming anyway, because, you know, lamps. And yeah, I'm gonna want one on that side eventually. For now, they work. I know these things are gonna get painted. And also, because I realized that one of the other reasons I quite enjoy the fact that we can now make the frames solid and we can paint them is I can put a window as a wall towards a frame, and then because they're different colors, I can get some sort of like, you know, aesthetics effects that way. To be honest, that would be a slide switch on the battery power lights default. It should be a slide switch. Oh, for like brightness? Is there... Ooh, is that a setting? Okay, we got lights here now. I think we're gonna go downstairs. We need 5 of these, and we need this small fridge. Now, the small fridge will get to live, I think, here. Now, for battery slots, lights coming on automatically in the event of power loss. Ah, yeah. I mean, yes, you'd think that would be an automatic setting, yeah, because that is where my brain went instantly. Oh, cool. Yeah, like emergency lighting systems everywhere in the world. Well, that's why I'm thinking, well, if we have a system of those for, like I said, for like the production floor, I want to use those for things like, you know, underground hallways, so that in case that grid loses power, they change to orange or something. Because if they go red, that'll be more... That's more high alert. But I think in them changing color from like white to yellow or orange would be more like, oh, temporary problem. Now, sure, we'll put you there for now. And then we do number 5. Because 5 is enough to go through a frame. And then we go outside, and there should be one insulated vent that is not connected to anything currently, and we'll connect it to this bad boy. And then we'll have one of these. Free fridge. I want to make a large one just because apparently there's an update. It has a light in it now, and I just want that to see it. Be like, yay. Other than that, though, thanks to the atmosphere outside being insanely cold, I think I'll just be building a lot of these next to each other. Can I put these on top of each other? Yes, because I could put it high up in the air as well. Heckin' lovely. We'll have all of these tiny ones. Oh, actually, yeah, that makes sense. Then we can also like color code them and everything. Because that would actually not be a large one would not be any more efficient because, you know, the grid system. I mean, okay, the wall here would be 2 less. Okay, the large one is slightly more, bit of space efficient. Okay, so now we need to bring in the table and microwave and other processing shit. And while we're at it, let's have a quick look-see. I do believe... No, actually, you know what? We can actually just look here, can't we? Not just the vending. Oh, the refrigerated vending machine is made inside a... electronics. Because this can then have many things. And if I automate the farming, I would like then to automatically put all the finished stuff inside a fridge. No, solder. Oof. That's another 38 gold. On top of your... Yeah, that'll be enough. Then we just need to make some solder. Well, let's go deal with our waste gas. The large has a fair few more slots for not much of a bigger footprint. Yeah. But it requires power. I'm assuming, at least. Enjoy some fries. Yeah, we'd have to build a bathroom with a proper freaking system. And all of this will become a proper greenhouse. So you get extra warmth from here as well. And then, yeah, liquid might... It can live there for now. Alright. Here.
Waste tank caution.
We drank, we ate, we celebrated, threw away our helmet. We release our mouth farts. We do shenanigans with batteries. You are... actually quite kind of low, but that's okay. That's okay. I need to make more large batteries. Laptop is... It ain't perfect, but it'll work. Now, yeah, we need these guys. Whump and whump. The microwave. Andrew. Whump. And this guy. I think there's anything else here I need in that space. we can do that. Yeah, the water fountain can absolutely stay there, to be honest. And we could put another one in the living quarters. And you can come with me as well. Quick question. Oh, it's a lot of tables. Bench counter style. Oh! That looks neat. High-tech style. Frame style. Workbench style. Ooh. And that's your basic powered bench. And yeah, we'll look into you eventually. Now, aye. Now, high tech. Because yeah, this is for the food production. That should work. Well, glad I checked. All right. That wasn't it. Yeah. Noise. Now then for the vending machine we'll need the solder. Required. Do you want iron and lead? We should have those. Ow! There we go. And 1 millet on rather low temperatures. Yeah. One iron. One lead. Now, how low was it? Below 550. Oh, so we're almost there. Why not make it? Make one more. Let's try to. Oh, you should be fine. Noise. Close. Sack out the rest. And then void the machine. So that this one, said I won't want this one to be accidentally super hot, then pump in some fuel. No one wants that unexpected auto ignition. Yep. We good? Hello, Invisible G. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around. How was the Trijam this hours ago? I have updated the thing, right? Yeah, I should have. Double check it. Yeah. Yeah, the Trijam went well, actually. All in all. Noise. Freaking vending machine. Electronic printer makes that one too. You may give a little bit of iron. Maybe it'll be enough. Who the heckin' knows? Ah, it's not. Now there's lead. Solder. Transformer. Another Harvey. But it went well enough. The Trijam. I'll check out the HIOTC. Yeah, I went. It took me 4 hours to make it, and it was, in many, many ways, absolute garbage. Quite a fun time making it, though. I love the sort button. Brings me extreme joy. Oh, perfect. I am hopefully stopped from going just too nuts. So we got a big locker, a small locker, we got a shelf, medium, corner locker. It sounds neat, but it looks like it actually has very small storage space. Overhead corner locker, oh, overhead locker. Short corner, okay, it has 2 slots. Gas mask storage. Fire extinguisher storage. Oh. That could be a fun one to have. And we'll put you... I don't know, there for now. I guess we'll have the refrigerator vending will be then linked with our, whole farming project once we get there. Okay. We need to make a gas mixer. I think we need like, I don't know, 3 or 4 of them. Because one to combine oxygen and nitrogen for a breathable atmosphere. And, oh, well, then just the second one, I guess, to then add in carbon dioxide as well. Yeah, the theme was for this week was the Santa's like power. Santa's. Oh, smelter garden. Like present sorting situation. Oh, the external heat is going up. Interesting enough. Oh yeah, then I need to code for this guy eventually. Still no liquids inside, so that's fine. You're all cool. Need a new carbon dioxide filter. So you're the only one who's still warm. I want displays for the temperatures inside here. Oh, 51 Celsius. A, O, and K. Pinball, Santa's Factory Edition. It works. Yes, that would have been also that would also have worked quite well. Okay. Currently their temperatures are acceptable, so we could have. Now pipe comes out, goes over here, and we have a tank there for the breathable air mixture. I mean, the thingy to push the bad present to the trash reminded me of pinball. Oh, that one, yes. Yeah. You actually played the game. Sorry, I thought you were just making like commentaries in general. But yeah. You know what, machine? It's okay. So I'm gonna go here and I put these guys in here. I think the cryo tube actually should now go upstairs. We'll make it work. Holy hot nuggets! It is goddamn what? Knapsor. Well, hello there, Knapsor. How ya doing, my man? How ya doing? What was you up to? You were playing some Dwarfy of the Fortressy. What am I doing? Who knows? Oh God! It almost killed me. But almost don't count. Logistics raid! Did you think I was someone else? No. Hey there, Truppe Panda. How you doing? Welcome in all raiders. Hi, those who don't know me, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno. But yeah, I didn't know. Someone raided me. I didn't know who he was. I was just, happy, very glad to discover that he was the one and the only and the wonderful Knapsor himself. How was your dwarf fortressing? Oh, yeah, let's do the speak, I guess. So, hi, those who don't know me, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, variety streamer and occasional and extremely amateur game developer. Today when I take part in games like, I do stuff like, oh wait, this thing is full of farts. Okay, let's see. I take part in the Trijam, a game jam that happens every weekend where you have, as the name sort of implies, only 3 hours to make a game. Today I made a game with theme of Santa's present sorting and went overtime. But I had a good time. I learned a lot of stuff. Yeah. Outside, there we go. See, I'm gonna take my freaking portable scrubber. That's close enough. I'm gonna vent. There you go. Nice little mechanical doors. I feel stupid for not using more of these before. Oh. Things are liquid there for a while, and the gas, the scrubber is just flying around. I don't think it can explode. But its own gases are throwing it around. Of course not. You're Knapsor, the famous streamer. I should also say thank you for the stream, Knapsor. Those lurking there too. Hey, have a good top. Connect the input and output of a station battery to the same port of a grid for efficiency. Yes. It's a good old. It's a mistake we all learn. Sometimes it takes a few. You have to burn that wire more than once before you finally realize, like, oh, that's what's happening here. And it's empty. Excellent. Turn it off. Close. And we're gonna do a little shenanigan. Because what happens with a filtering device, if there are no filters inside? What kind of atmosphere will it then suck inside? The answer may shock you. No, it probably won't. It's everything. I should probably finish setting this guy up as well. So we'll do resi. No, this is production floor. This is residential. The residential active vent. Production floor. Active vent. And the bottom, plop, and pop. Gas sensor. Say production is exterior. Joel is interior. Lights and things, cool. External pressure, we'll set that to 0. And that to 0. Because I find that to be, good enough. There we go. So now we have doors, we got vents. Now I just gotta turn you on. Go nuts. No filters loaded. We'll pass all atmosphere. Oh, liquid. Liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen inside. That's interesting. That is actually quite interesting because because it's inside there and because of the pressure, I'm assuming, and and the temperature. Can this thing explode? I do not know. But in the name of making things a bit more easy, how about we just first go put on the passive vent outside that we're going to use for the fridge, and then for a little while on the inside we link it up with an active vent and use that to vent that space. Ah. That would probably help, yeah. There we go. And yes, I did that in the end of the stream yesterday. There's no explanations or anything, so I'm just wanted to connect it to my worthless grid. And yeah, well, viewers got to see a bit of the fire at least. Well, that's good. Because, as we're saying, this game is good for creating, as they say, content. It's so easy to make mistakes. Have explosions. But then the battery does have the warning of it has theoretically infinite output. And it will always try to feed itself as much as it can. It'll grab anything it can to bring itself to the maximum limit. And that's why transformers, fuses, and so on make sense. And the cables, the information does give you their maximum wattage. Somewhere in my engineering brain, I felt shame. Well, it's a game. Game works with game logic. Can't always trust it. Wait, didn't I make an iron or something in here? I mean, I did, but did I not pick it up? Guess not. Alright, active vents. Whoomp. You know what? Make 2 of these. We do this, we do that. This. And if you want to, you can also lock one of those hatches by welding it shut. Should you so wish to. See, this guy's not. Gimme. There you go. And what? Right, yeah, that's an coolant input. So that is my current output tube for the, well, fridge. There we go. See, fridge now gets coolant. Nice. So today in Dorfort, I sent squads out on missions. First, I sent squad out to rescue captives from last time. Everyone except the captain came back, but they were not dead or captured, just lost. Right. Okay, so I'm gonna put in the. Okay, you just might as well let it, you know, finish. Oh, right. Is it this one? Yes. And DF command to fix a lost squad was tried, and sent out messenger and another squad to try to trigger them finding and get them back. Result, another captain got lost. Truly, tragic tale for the times. Silly little, tragic little frickin' tragic dwarves. You look there. Get to live there. Riot tube goes there. And you know what? Fuck it. Vent. Wait, no, don't do that. Not here. We'll have to get this guy completely outside as well again. What? What a little not saying. Yeah, these guys aren't, like, quite literally are not linked to anything currently, so. Oh, I swore I had 16 of them. I did. Some of them are just elsewhere. Bent the way. Up. Got launched. Put liquids up in space. Cares about physics or logics.
Power low.
But also, we are go for Tuesday. Yes, we are. On Tuesday, and we'll be joining Knapsor and another one, and his illustrious crew on another grand adventure on Mars, doing logistics. It's gonna be fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. Be sure to tune on in. Heck, come on. Yep. Only preventing out small spaces, but yeah, that was not a small space. So now there should be a void in there. Good old vacuum, and now we need to put in some kind of atmosphere. That's what I was trying to remember. Could we make a... Good. That was for the gas mixers and whatnot. We would need one more insulated tank, I believe. Or two. But what if we just make a portable one? For Mark II, we need more iron. Who knew? Never have guessed. You know what? Melt a bunch of iron here. I'll close you and pump it all out. So this one, I was thinking I could grab a whole bunch of oxygen from this one, which is at a most acceptable temperature. We're gonna want more of those eventually for some shenanigans. All those upright wind turbines, they're not very good. And solar cells not very good. Nothing good. Yeah, I have proper wind turbines. They are quite good. I have a large amount. I need more though. And then proper solar panels that'll follow the sun. You're both basic one. You can either put it like flat on the ground, and you can also do it angled. And then depending on where you are, you might, that might be quite handy. And a portable connector. One of these. Now let's see. There we go. Temperature's at 30. Multiple kilomoles. Multiple kilomoles. I kind of connected all my printers for me to choose which one gets all the ingots, but forgot one jump to label at the end. I rewrote parts of the code a few times. I didn't notice until the end of the patient. So, ouch. And it ended up being a working mess that almost exceeds the line limit. Even if it only kind of works, it still kind of works. Kilomoles. This one has 4. Hail Santa. Hail Santi. Hey there, Hard Crocodile. Hope you're doing well.
Hydration critical.
That's a 19%. It's fine. Complaining about absolute none. There we go. There we go. Damage by an overpressure event. Yeah, so it's fine by now, right? Yeah, it's fine. Just a little. 31. Yeah, see, the megapascals are going down. This one is at 18 point something. So these are actually kind of almost heckin' full. Alright, cool. Beans. Nice. I just wanted some oxygen to fill the living space with. So much complaining. Good, we still had some fries. Because I have once again, gotten too distracted in all these things, so we can't really make food right now. At this, second. Luxuries.
Power low.
Dealt with. This whole place is a mild mess, but it's getting there. How are ya? I'm doing quite well. Although saw my beginning hydroponics equipment in storm. Finally got some progress in Return to Moria. Hey, by the way, nice to see you. Yes, that first storm, I felt like I wanted to give you a warning, but at the same time, it's one of those things where you learn the hard way to, yes, if you're on a planet with an atmosphere, the storm will destroy the lander. So you very quickly want to get all your stuff into a safe place Or build a giant dome around your lander to protect it from the winds. Also a good plan, because the lander also functions as a beacon, which you don't have to worry about or power. It'll take care of itself. Alright, my guess tank is at 6,000 kilopascals. It'll be a-okay. Absolutely fine. So here was some oxygen. Okay, let's back up. There we go. Yeah, I'm doing quite well. Having a nice enough day. People are turning up. It's always fun. And we got some proper progress done in what do you mean external temperature is at 145? You mean this entire place hasn't been voided yet? How tragic. Now, I do believe, yep, we could do that way. Tiny bit of a few moles of pressure here. Mostly very cold oxygen. Yeah, because then eventually we'll just, you know, get some stuff from out from there. Has a temperature of freaking 27 Celsius. So we can get some oxygen in here. Now the problem was we also want some nitrogen. Preferably at a sensible level. We could of course just bring in some nitrites and use the N2O on the scrubber, on the portable scrubber. That could be fun. But and considering moving to a bigger place. But iron wood and a new furnace. Eee. Nice. And I feel like Mars with such a thin atmosphere should not have storms that can make rockets fly. Yeah, you think that, but apparently it does. Who knew? Absolutely maddening. Silly Martians. You know, I think I could make a little silly shenanigans. Because we want the nitrogen. You know what? No, let's not. No, I was about to like just freaking pull a pump pipe directly from here to into the living space and just how about just into that way, you know? But maybe not this time. I'm really tempted to. How do I customize my character in Stationeers? Change appearance. Just the pause and you do it. You can do it like sort of whenever. You okay, game? We're still going? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Now, I could then instead did I bring the scrubber? I think we'll actually do the whole nitrous thing. Fuck, you know. Come on, come on, come on. We can do this. And then we'll have to go get the filter. There's still air in here, man. Your tiny little vent is just not doing it, eh? Well, that's okay. Oh, you mean I clicked the obvious button I could have just seen and used? Well, Knapsar, to tell you the truth, it took me quite a few sessions of this game before I found that very obvious button, and I was looking for it. So, you're not alone. in that situation. How are ya? I forgot to listen to how you are. Well, Herr Crocodile, I'm doing quite fine. I've been having a lovely enough day. The game jam went quite well, to be honest. And
I watch you while you sleep at night.
I know you do, Reaper. You and your dark voodoo magic. I know what you've learned. Hope you're doing well, my dude. Nice seeing you around. So we can filter that. What did we actually have any nitrous though? Or am I just, was I overly optimistic? I think I might have been overly optimistic. Got some pollutant, but that won't. Hey, we do. Lovely. So, 1 stack of nitrous.
Good, don't God forget it. Also, it's hoodoo, not voodoo.
Voodoo? You do? Looking like the babe. Can't remember all the words. Did we actually pick up the things I just meant to pick up? I think I did. They're not in there. Not there. I think it was this guy who had it. In the green one. Hey, we're good to go. Wump. Depressurize. Cut the head off a chicken and drink the blood instead of burn random shit. It is most definitely a way to do it, I think. The pressure is kind of low. I'll dump you guys there. I'll turn you off. I'll give this one these filters. You're good to go. But when the melting starts happening, in the meantime, where is... We close that one, this one, this one. We change out a wrench. Put the fridge back in. Here we go. Now, to warm up the room a little bit. I guess because I didn't get the last of those few little moles out of there. Oh, the CO2 melted. Nitrize not yet. Well, if the sun ever came up, that would probably help. Glad to hear it. Hey, glad to hear it. Yeah, hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, had a fun day today. The game jam went well. Ish. Yeah, I went 1 hour over time, and the game is really dumb. But we got like sound effects and music, so yeah. And again, learned something new in how certain objects in Godot behave. Now the external pressure is at 5 kPa, and I do believe when you open this thing, where it says like output 10 kilopascals, it means like it will reach output until there's 10 kilopascals around here. And come on, hang out there. See, it's slightly warmer here. See, it's like almost 0 Celsius in this grid. Why aren't you Why you no melt? Why you gotta be like this? It's already 1 degree Celsius right here, right next to this nice tank of worms. Oh, if I hold it in my hand here, oh, then it melts properly. Like, Wonderful. Now the external pressure is going up. Everything's working out nice. Give us a quick sec. Now returned. The CO2 is solid? Cool, that is exactly what it does. And how will you celebrate your Christmas, Hanumas? Well, my Christmas, Hanumas, will be spent, we celebrated with, family. Gonna go visit the mum. Temperature is acceptable. CO2 is, strangely enough, not liquid yet. Well, that's okay. So now we can filter from this, using this one, the N2O out of the atmosphere. Because that thing is, that's a dangerous one. We have a little bit of, some more nitrogen would be nice, but sadly, yeah, we'll have to go mine some more nitrous. Pressure is at 23 Celsius. We can't breathe that one, so we output oxygen here to 30 kilopascal. So this thing contains still 5.3 kilomoles. And outside we have 24 moles, so it'll be a-okay. Temperature is increasing very slowly. Eventually, we're going to have to cool this place down on account of having windows and, solar heating and whatnot. But that's a then problem. It'll take a while until we get there. The family of Hanno, yes. I'll go visit the mother, and we're going to have a Christmas brunch on account of us being able to have a video conference with my brother who lives in New Zealand. And he lives so far in the future. We have to have an early brunch so that he can make it during the same day. That's quite a lot of O2. Yep. Well, I wanted to say now, so I'm a breathable atmosphere, and it is the gas I had the easiest access to that was at an acceptable temperature. Now we just need... we don't really need, but I would just like more nitrogen for the pressure, but currently... I think we're doing okay here. NZ, that's pretty far away. Yep, so much so, that's got O2. Exactly. But yeah, so that'll be my Christmas mostly. And then some hanging out with the missus and dogs, having a nice little personal time here. And then most likely Christmas Day, the 25th. I'm just gonna stream. Just the Christmas Eve is usually the day of celebration around here. So on Christmas Day, I'll be streaming. And the day before Christmas Eve, that is being the day after tomorrow, on the 23rd, I will be playing Mars First Logistics, together with Knapzor. I think we'll be in Santi. Finland does the Swedish thing. Oh, you mean Sweden does the Finnish thing? Preferably 22% O2, 3CO, and 75N. Yeah. The CO2 is unimportant here on account of the whole, we don't have plants here. The CO2 and N2 is more, or the CO2 and nitrogen is more for the plant atmosphere. I just want the oxygen to be pretty much above 20%. And right now, we just want it to be breathable. Eventually, we'll link it into a proper air conditioning system that I'm sort of planning out. Right now, I just want the pressure here to be acceptable. I could get... There was one more stack of nitrous there. So if I throw that one in here as well, then we'll have more nitrogen. And that'll be okay. Sweden is known for just caring about the eaves. Oh, yeah, Finland as well. It's more like Christmas Day. Christmas Eve is usually when you celebrate and so on, especially during the evening. And then Christmas Day is more calm. You spend it with, family, friends. And some people do actually celebrate, during that day as well. I don't. Never have. Nitrous. Whomp. I'm gonna keep it in my pocket. Nice and cold around here. Minus 142 Celsius. It's fun because the moon was not as cold as this place on account of it being a vacuum. And then Europa having an atmosphere is, is neat and all, but it is extremely heckin' cold. I've got ice in my hand. External went to minus 13, but it was like plus degrees last time I was here. Wasn't it? Negative 13.9. Okay, it's not getting worse. So we're gonna have to increase the output. Find a slightly warm-ish corner. Still got the blowtorch. And then I can't be cold if there's nothing to be cold. That's very true. Finland's known for saunas and metal. That is very true. But then again, Sweden also is known for their whole wonderful metal scene. And I do have a blowtorch, but it's somewhere else. Come on. Warm up for me. There's more than enough moles in there to like pressurize the room, so I don't need to do this. But I kinda just wanna. Oh well, I'll just dump it there. It'll melt or it won't. That guy's filled with liquid nitrogen, it's okay. I mean nitrous. N2O. Temperature is slowly increasing because that one is at 27.6. But yeah, that's why it's, what I tried to do first was suck in a vacuum in here. Because then when we would have released this temperature, this gas at, first, that would have been a lot warmer. So now because there was a tiny bit of the old shit gas in here being all cold and stuff, the whole process is taking slightly longer. Come on. It's gonna hang out here until it starts melting. And when it starts melting and turning into gas, then the pressure outside will increase a lot. Those are nice walls and floors, not so scrappy, like smooth. Yes, can absorb. And because there was an update, not too long ago. So these are the steel frames, and then after that, you put on an extra layer of plastic, which you can do now. So these are then just walls made from steel. The windows as well. And just because I like these as the sort of like base layer, and you can paint these. So I was thinking it'd be fun to put like windows against like solid walls as well. You can have different colors on the outside and inside. Come on. Promise to be ready like now. Come on, I can do this. Come on, -1 Celsius. Because as soon as it gets, warm enough for the ice to melt, of course, it'll get cold again because the ice is melting. €0 Celsius, come on. Start melting my hand ice. Almost there. Melt the hand ice. I believe in you, pump. I mean, tube. Random fucking thing. Well, I got steel. Nice, without exploding myself. Congratulations, Knapsor. Now, that is actually like an honest-to-God achievement, to be honest. Okay, so 0 Celsius everywhere. The sun is coming up a bit. I'm gonna close you off. Now I'm just gonna leave it there and maybe the sun will take care of it. It'll be fine. You'll be fine. Pressure is close enough to livable. Now, the entire plan was to just get this place so we can have the harbor cooking and shit happening here and a fridge. So we can automate that. Well, the farming. Didn't get there now, did I? Can I put in a cabinet? Won't fly around then. Ah! You see, that's smart. And I should have thought of that. Oh well. What I will do is laugh at the dog. Do this. And harvest seeds. Gonna bring a whole bunch of this shit with me. Hey there, Bailey and Lemaine. How you doing? Good morning to you, friend. A morning indeed. Alright, now we're just gonna empty these things, because the idea is to then eventually we'll have to rebuild the room in its entirety. This box is full of seed. And now I'm just gonna bring these things with me so I can bring them to the living area. You can go there. And you can come with me. Oh, that's the one. One and one. No, butt nuggets. Well, something else very important I forgot. Which was the can that I can try to fill with nitrogen.
Hunger caution.
What you need to do for that room as well, and in general. Did that code work? Were there errors? Oh, the code you gave, I haven't tried it yet. That was supposed to, but I keep on getting distracted. So what I have in fact achieved is build my hab. The good thing is my existing system works, so that's fine. But thanks to the code you shared, though, I do now have a better understanding of how like the batch reading and writing goes. I most likely will be continuing then like fiddling with that one off stream, just because I want to have some time to test it out. Hey there, Anthoric. Time for the potates latte. It is very true. For a tiny little bit more. Says my dogs are getting very, very restless, and I need to give them some walkies. Oh, Jesus, that was pretty close. Yeah, we need more tanks so I can make a breathable ammo combination and a farming ammo combination. And then, of course, then have filters filtering out all the excess oxygen from the farming ammo. So what we got in here now? Do we have any of that nitrous left? Wow! Hey, it melted. 62 kPa. I'm going to put some potatoes in there. And now yeah, we should be fine. Vented it in here. Temperature didn't really go up that much. Pressure is slightly better. Now, frankly, for this environment, I'll say okay. Let's see. If I open you... to 75. That way we can just at least hang out in the space once it, warms up a little bit. Now we can make food as well. Now come on. Come here. And we do that. Close the microwave. Explosions. No explosions. We made a cereal bar. That is a fucking win, that is. Now we do get to put these here soybeans in the soy boy machines. I've got some more soy oils. Okay, and now the refrigerated vending machine also exists, but that is maybe better to store in the general farming area. This place will eventually warm up. It's fine. Plus, we're gonna have also then most likely a water cooling system here as well. The water will then be cooled and heated using a gas exchange using pollutants is my planning, and which will then, grab heat from various places. So slowly but surely, the living area is becoming livable. And this bottle will... Yeah, I gotta make a proper purging station as well. For emptying these bottles when I do the whole manual opening and things. Because, well, they don't always go the way they should. Now one last look. In here. We can deal with that eventually. We can put down another oxygen canister, and because the fuel mixture was A-okay. They're all closed, which means, yep, temp at 20, 26.8. So that is interesting. But cool enough, apparently. 26.8. 26.8. Okay, and they're all... Oh, 20 was the room I'm in. Okay, so the temperature here is also increasing. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure where the pollution has come from. Oh yeah, there was a whole bunch of pollutants leaking earlier on. So this room will eventually need to be cooled off. Now, I'm going to have to rename these. So it'll be like oxygen set, and then we'll do the whole batch reading, which will handle the cooling of these three. These guys just need to stay warm enough. You see, the heat there we can use for heating things up and so on. This one just needs to remain in gas form. And, well, this guy's doing okay. How much we got, by the way? I got 4 kilomoles of volatiles. That'll be enough for a while. For quite a while, I think, with the way I'm running things. Cozy. Yeah. Gotta go nap. I mean, bye-bye. See you soon again. Hey, thank you for hanging out, Knopsor. Thank you again for the raid. And I will have to start escaping soon myself. Gas canister smart has acceptable amounts of shit inside. A little bit more. Wait, how much do we have, by the way? 18 megapascal, 1.8 megapascal. Okay, yeah, we're A-okay for now. Hey, acceptable. There we go. What I really need, of course, would be a pressure valve on this thing to maintain. But for now, it's just a way of bringing in a little bit more nitrogen. Because we've been bringing the CO2 easily enough. Now we just need to start filtering out the O2. And we have more sources for CO2. That is currently our only water storage system, so that needs fixing.
Hunger critical.
And this is, yeah, we'll make a proper bathroom up in the residential area eventually. And the Harveys. Well, we got 3, 4. I think I got 5 Harveys, so yeah, we'll have to then turn those into kits as well. I was thinking we will then have to do our best with the whole turning things into sets. You know what? That song is perfect. Because it reminds me. What? Is this thing like leaking or some shit? Like how? Are these like shit doors or what? What is this? How does the cold air get in here? Oh, you bastard. That's why it was cold in here. Kept on like sucking in that freaking cold air from out there, putting it in here. I was getting all excited. Oh, I can get like, you know, undressed and eat some freaking space fries. But no. Of course not. I mean, we can. We'll have to do it in the other room now. What else do you have? And the discounts, right? Yeah, it's just the active vents, but yeah. I was assuming, yeah, there must be something wrong with the vents. We got vents, we got insulated pipes, a couple of actives. But yeah, they were the wrong way around. You see, now it is properly venting from in there into there. And that would explain why it was getting cold in there. Ah, yeah. And oh, hey, got a little curious and checked on how many UBs I got on my total Atmo Control IC10 code in the workshop. 94. I like that number. I must have done something, right? Oh, subs. Hey, nice. Well done. Now, for now, this is our safe room. We'll consume those fries. Hey. And this will remain our safe room. We'll just, you know, have to do the cooking off-site and then bring it in. And then the Harveys will be linked in sets with the hydroponics trays. We'll have to do a chute system that will input seeds and output everything else, and then we'll do a sorter that then sorts the seeds back and back into these guys. We'll have to use, I think, well, maybe a vending machine in between. Oh well, I'll figure it out when I get there. Until then, my friends, it is time for me to save the game and go spend some time with the actual family. So, let's switch these scenes. Oh. Hello. That was the wrong way around there for a tiny little bit. But now we can have a look-see here and see who is out and who's about. Tomorrow I'll be back to do what I said I would do today, which is, of course, playing Vintage Story. And let's see, there's no one I know there. Can we do a TP raid? Oh, that is very true. So let's see if I can figure out. A raid message. Damn you, frickin'. Let's see here. So then, would this work as a sort of raid message? Like the stream, have a good one. Hey, thank you for discount for hanging out, and thank you for helping me out and teaching me about freaking signal receivers and senders, man. Then we get to have the non-sub version, well, where we have. There. So there we have the first the animated sub version and then the free for everyone version. I need to work enough at getting a raid message. I'm very bad at that. So let's see who's out and about and where do we go, who do we raid, and oh, just look at that, freaking the Twitching is playing the ball pit. And that is a fun one. I quite enjoyed watching people play that game. Played the demo as well. Pretty fun one. I'm going to send you all over there. So thank you again, all your raiders. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. I hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. I'll be seeing you around next time. Like I said, tomorrow I'll be into story, gonna do some chiseling, and the day after that, some Mars First logistics with Knopsor, Vinsanti, and possibly even a most ratty person. But I'll be then. We'll see how it all works out. So, hope you all have a good one. Hope you all have a good one and stay cool. I'll be seeing you around, my friends. Ta-ta.